Engineer here and Rain.
Hello.
Hey, so yeah, boy, we got a special show tonight. I want to fix up that intro, man. I want to put some of our music on there.
There we go. Yeah,
We can do better.
we can. Yep.
We can do better. We should license something from Ginger,
There we
seeing how
go.
they're Ukrainian.
They're Ukrainian. Yep.
Yeah, it's Rain's favorite band is Ginger. Anybody know them? Metal band out of Ukraine with a girl singer that does the whole screeching voice. Good band, very good band. Ukrainian, so it's interesting to wonder what their take would be on all this stuff. Welcome, everyone. Tonight's a very special show. We're going to have Zaruda Heim. A lot of you are going to know from the chat already. A lot are going to know from Twitter as, was it Rinku's Girl? She's on Twitter as Rinku's Girl, and on here is Zaruda Heim. We'll call her Zaruda for tonight. Hello to everybody, everyone lurking knowledgeably in the chat. Good to have you here. We're all searching, I think, for real history of Ukraine and Russia, and Zaruda has been telling us that she can fill us in. So we're looking forward to that. I was warming up today with some Matthew Arrett. He's always my boy for secret histories. Matthew Arrett is E-H-R-E-T, and he's got good insights into how kind of the New World Order set up Ukraine for all this latest trouble we're having. And little did I know, I'm sure some of you knew, Oliver Stone made a great documentary in 2016 about all the messiness going on in Ukraine called Ukraine on Fire. He interviews Putin, he interviews the former president before Zelensky, interviews tons of top-level American, Ukrainian, and Russian officials and stuff, and it seems to be really balanced. I'm not quite done it. It seems to be a really balanced overview, so that's out there. I was on Rumble. The whole thing's on Rumble. Ukraine on Fire by Oliver Stone. Did you know about that one, Rain?
No, that's
Yeah,
recent.
2016.
Oh, okay.
2016. So it covers the Nazism, the history of that, the coup. I'm not going to spoil too much. The readers, I'm sure, are going to tell us about a lot of this stuff.
Right.
But mainly goes up to the coup of 2014 and things like that. And as has generally been the case with Stone, for pretty mainstream dude, a very balanced, nuanced look at both sides. Really, I'm very impressed so far.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, worth checking out.
Yeah, definitely. I'll grab the link while Zaruda's talking, and I'll put that in chat.
Streaming on any of the platforms or no?
Yeah, it was on Rumble.
Okay.
I just did Ukraine on Fire Stone, and it brought it up. Super, it's Oliver Stone's production company, super well made. Very fascinating.
Right. It's not on Netflix or.
Hey, Moniker. Hey, Little Lion. I don't know. I actually meant to check that. Sam Adams is here. Welcome to any Zaruda people that have come over, knowing that she's going to be on. And anything you want to add there, Rain, or shall we move on to Zaruda's knowledgeable presentation?
Yeah. No. May as well get right into it. Sure.
Yeah. Let's just get hot and heavy on the action. Welcome everybody, and we're going to bring on Zaruda now. Hi, Zaruda.
Hi, Zaruda.
Hi, pleasure to be here.
Yeah, this is exciting. You're our first just truly official. We're gonna have an expert guest on and interview them. So congratulations on that. We're gonna get a T-shirt made for you, I think.
Thanks. The irony is that I used to use my Twitter account almost exclusively for T-shirts, so that's quite the comment.
Yeah,
Normally
right.
people are getting T-shirts from me. So yeah.
You can still hear if you're still selling T-shirts.
Well, with all the PPC stuff going on and around, I'm definitely sure I've already worked up a lot of designs up, and so there will be T-shirts coming, but
Nice.
Yeah, we're not quite there yet, but I do think that's something that I will be doing in the future for sure. Again,
Great.
Had to take a little pause.
So you're part of the PPC party then, or?
Sorry, Rain?
Are you part of the PPC party?
Not officially. However, I am very political. I actually have run in 3 elections in Ontario. So
Okay.
that's another reason why my anonymity is really important to me.
Right. Oh, fair enough.
We know nothing.
Yeah.
We see nothing.
Yeah,
So,
Zaruda is not my real name.
okay, that's probably a good thing.
Yep.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
start
So,
by the usual kind of opener. Give us a little bit of your bona fides. How?
well, sure. Okay. First of all, I would like to actually extend kind of all of my who got me here, what I'm reading, and where I get my information from, and
All of
where
my
what brought me to the Ukraine crisis on an intellectual level. So, um, I had the pleasure of being very best friends with a very intelligent woman who will remain nameless and was from the eastern part of Europe, and she was also a school teacher. She went to St. Mike's. Again, don't want to get into too many details, but we went over this crisis in detail as it was going down. So, and I'm talking about 2013, 2014. We That was again what started my interest in the whole backstory. And not that I haven't always been a history buff, and I was like all through school, that was my thing. Um, I'm also a homeschooling mom, so I am teaching all the time. So
Great.
I keep on having to go over all this history, as well as I'm teaching world history to high school students myself now.
It must be interesting now being homeschooled. We did that for our first 2 children. I have 3.
Hmm.
The poor third one, we just gave up on him. It's a lot of work, but even back then, I mean, there were reasons that we were homeschooling at the time. Some of the brainwashing was starting to become visible even in the late '90s into the early
Oh, right,
2000s.
for sure.
But now, I mean, it must just be daily. Like, now, no, honey, that's not true. Actually, males are males and females are females and things like that. It must be just a constant stream of trying to correct what the mainstream is out there trying to tell them.
So it was really bad for me. So my background, I'm I'm Catholic, and so my kids would go to Catholic school, and I started trying to send them, a 6-year-old into just a Catholic religion class, and I found that class to be basically 40 minutes of Marxism 101, and they
Right.
just had this chunk of time where they could just teach Marxism as faith. And it was really super disturbing. And I started pulling my child, who was going to Catholic school, out of only religion class. And I was a little bit of a shock, as a new parent, putting, and I didn't put them in kindergarten. I was homeschooling up till then. I don't know I don't know if that counts as homeschooling when you're just raising your baby, but she was doing math, she could read, and she went in fully literate and doing multiplication, writing little thesis statements at 6. And then after 2 years, she had forgotten everything I taught her. They had played it away, and I just gave up.
Right.
I gave up first on the Catholic school, and I just tried to put them in a public school and then remove them from health class. And then as soon as I had the opportunity, I pulled them out of that. I've done private schooling, so now I'm doing a mix of private and homeschooling with the children in my house. My kids are now teenagers, but
Yeah.
who's left?
Okay. So, your interest in and knowledge
So
of the
so I did
region
have
comes from.
so I'm really passionate about my faith, and I am a Catholic, and that actually helps with understanding this situation a lot, because the Russian people on the east, the Russian Ukrainians, are a different type of Catholic. They're an Orthodox Catholic, and because I'm not I'm not just someone who kind of knows about my faith, but I'm, again, with the history and the amount of studying I do, like I would be described as an Orthodox Roman Catholic. Like, I wear a mantilla on my head when I go to church. Like, I'm very Catholic. And
Okay.
then there are Russian Orthodox that are very Russian Orthodox, especially today. The Russian Orthodox faith and church has become very solidified, probably as a reaction to the Roman Church becoming very communist and very Western and very modernized. And again, the homosexuality scandals in the church and the pederasty, I want to say, not anything to do with individuals, but just that, the problem with the priests and so forth. Like, the Russian church gave Pope Francis like a 10-page document of, these are all of the problems your church is having here.
Yeah.
And you shouldn't even be calling yourselves Catholics at all. So I think that helps on a personal level.
Yeah.
Also understanding these two people, because in Ukraine you have two different, they're really different people, the East and the West. They're not kind of different, they're extremely different. And that's another reason why this is really on my heart, because we can't hate people because they're different, and we can't, that's a real no. I mean, that you don't have to be Christian to understand that it's really important to understand people.
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to do is mention a couple more people that have influenced my studying. There's a beautiful lecture done by John Merschenheimer. He's a professor
good
at
guy.
the University
Yep.
of Chicago.
Yep. He's excellent.
So,
Seen a lot of him lately because he's had this stuff nailed for years.
right. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna probably, if you've watched his lecture, you'll probably see a bunch of stuff from his lecture in what I want to present.
Great.
Just so that So I want to give him the credit, because these are kind of snapshotted right out of stuff that he's done. So
Great.
right off the bat, and because people don't have time to research everything, so might as well just amalgamate it all in one place. And Steve Cohen out of the University of NYU. I know that John talks about him, so I want to mention him. And just to say that there are other professionals that have looked at this from the same angle, kind of, that I'm coming from. And I mean, notable people, Henry Kissinger. Lately, just came out Colonel Douglas McGregor on Fox. I don't know if you saw the clip of that,
Not sure. I don't
but
think so.
he was basically kind of laying down the same point. Like, what are you people saying? What is with the rhetoric? Like, can we just, no, this is not happening. This reality that you're painting is a joke. He looked like he was laughing. I mean, so I just wanted to mention that. Again, I think John Mersheimer's document, I want to say, I guess, overview, one of the main overviews he does of this crisis, has something like 15 million views on it. It's not an unheard of thing to want to share the backstory and what might be other possible motivations for how we got here, other than Russia started a war with Ukraine, or Russia wants to invade Ukraine. So I think
Yeah,
it's
and
important.
Mearsheimer's the biggest talks that I saw were 5, 4, 7 years old. Going back
Yeah.
a deep history on this stuff. So I mean, just the degree of ignorance that's out there, but the ignorance that is instantly forming into a hardened opinion, weaponized hardened opinion, is scary. I was walking downtown. Remember, I'm in Ottawa, people. I'm right in the thick of
Right.
it. I live among the enemy, and I'm going by a gay bar, and their chalk sign that's, like the whatever, the Mill Street Brewery sign that they've been given by the beer company, has been chalk drawn by one of the servers to the big sign that says Putin in it, and a guy holding up two "fuck you" fingers to Putin on the sign, and that's their entryway to the club. And so it's just like everybody on that whole kind of rainbow leftoid radical left scene, they've already completely hardened their opinions. And I bet I could go to that club full of 100 people, ask them to turn the music down, grab the mic, and say, "Hands up if you've heard of John Mearsheimer or Matthew
right.
Arrett," or any of them. Everybody would be like, "Who the hell are you?
Right.
You look like a trucker. Get out." Right?
Well, I don't look like a trucker, but
well, all right, that's good.
But actually, there was a beautiful French, like from Quebec, beautiful trucker lady there. I'm sorry, truckers are beautiful as well.
Yeah. Well, they're also hairy and ugly, and people need to pay.
When you're driving a truck, I'm sure. I'm normally
Definitely.
when I'm out. You can ask my friends. I'm always in 6-inch heels, and I don't ever look comfortable.
Nice. Okay, so shall we get down to it?
Sure. I guess we can start with. Let's just start with a map of what we know today to be Europe. So just here. Sorry, I have to. Okay, so this. Can you let me know when you can kind of see it, or?
Yeah, I'm just gonna bring it up. Voila.
Sure. Okay, so that's what we kind of know to be Europe today. And I just want to, I don't know exactly who's watching, but we have, Russia, Belarus, Ukraine, and Poland right beside it. Now, the reason why some of this is important is because I want to just point out, again, Poland's vicinity to Ukraine, a couple of these will come into play in what I'm talking about. And then, again, this area of Ukraine, Crimea is here, in case people don't know where or what Crimea is. And then this would be Eastern Ukraine, and this is Western Ukraine. And there is a central Ukraine, but I'll show you on some other maps. Now, this map, I believe, no, another way, sorry. This map scared a whole bunch of people. So this was Lukashenko, who is the leader of Belarus, and with this map, and basically people were saying, "Oh, Putin is going to divide Ukraine into all of these parts." Really, what this looks like to me is a history lesson.
Okay.
It doesn't look to me like a war strategy at all. This is just how Eastern Europe understands the Ukraine. They have to understand it in these parts. This top section where he has his stick pointed would be an area called Volhynia. This was previously a part of Poland. Just below that, to the left, would be an area I would refer to as Galicia. Galicia had a different formation at one point. And it's really important. And there's a really interesting link between Galicia and Canada.
No?
That link would be Chrystia Freeland. Get into that. So, but let me show you a map of, let me just see how close we are to this other map. I'm going to have to scroll through this a bit. So, let me go this way. That's some information. I have lots of maps here. No, I'm stuck on Christia. Okay, so again, these are these two areas. So we have that woolen, so that would be, and then Galicia would be this part at the bottom. Okay, and again, the language in these areas have a lot of Polish influence in it, and have been Polish at one point, and Hungarian and Austrian. And so I will, but this would be Volhynia and Galicia is what I want to call them for clarity, as opposed to saying Ukraine. When you say Ukraine, To some people, there are actually Russians living today, or Ukrainian Russians. I have to, again, specify. Ukrainian Russians living in Ukraine that when you ask them what they think about Ukraine or the Ukraine crisis, they'll actually ask you or tell you, I don't care, Ukraine isn't a real country.
Yeah.
These are people that live in the country. Like I wouldn't even dream of somebody asking me about Canada and me responding with, I don't care, Canada isn't even a real country. I mean, with all of the problems that I've seen in Canada, even with our repatriation under Pierre Trudeau and the Charter of Rights and also, I still wouldn't say Canada wasn't a real country. So that kind of shows the issues that we've been having and how long this has been a problem and how this has never really been resolved in people's minds, even the people that live there. So this is Galicia. Now, Kiev right now. Okay, so this is the Dieppe.
Oh, can we take a quick pause?
Sure.
Why have all the lefties started saying Kiev instead of Kiev? Is that the Ukrainian language and they're trying to show solidarity?
It can always have been again, because of the history on this. It can be pronounced both ways, and it was called Kiev Rus. So, and what I mean by it was, I mean this. Let me see if I can. Hang on. This is a map of Russia from the year 800. Okay.
800?
Russia looked in the year 800, 882, all the way to 1240, and with patches taken out even beyond that. Okay, so this country that we know, or we would call Russia today, this country was called Kiev Rus. Kiev was the capital city of Russia.
All right.
This is something that people don't understand. They're saying Russia is taking Kiev as if Russia and Kiev have never had any relation, when it was hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of czars. So many Vladimir, so many, have come from Kiev, have been in control of Kiev as the Russian monarchy on like all of their czars for hundreds of years. I mean, they were all stationed in Kiev. This was Kiev Rus. That was the name of the country for hundreds of years.
Does the going this far back? Does this zone this would be pretty much purely the Rus people?
Yes.
Right.
Yes, this is what this was, and everything kind of to the. See where Crimea is? Okay, at that point in the 1200s, Crimea was populated by Tartars. So that would have been more like
Crimea is the lower
kind of
south zone.
Yeah. So that was, and then we had, this goes on until, there's a Crimean War, and again,
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Yeah, we don't. I don't know that we can do every piece of this history.
No.
But I think it's very, very important to know that this country was once called Kiev Rus. And so to understand that Kiev, Odessa, these places were always a part of Russia.
Yeah.
And that's not. I don't know that that'll happen in the future. I don't know that because again, that's fine. And 1200 is a very long time ago.
Yeah, and things have just been balkanized back and forth, jumping between.
But it hasn't. But it had. So, I guess when I was when I was about 17, I did a world history course. It was the first real world history course that I ever did. I was homeschooled, thankfully, and I got to do a real decent world history course. And I remember when I finished that course thinking, wow, like yesterday, it was like I was a puppy that didn't have a sense of time. You know, if somebody leaves for a minute and comes back, I think, you know, it's the end of the world and oh my gosh, and you know, whatever. So I had no sense of where I was in time. And so I think that the reason why history is important is because it gives you a sense of how long things really are and how the progression goes. So again, we can't go into all of it, but
No.
when you think about generations, it becomes important. And then when we get to exactly how young Ukraine is, because yeah, it's really not it's really not that long ago.
Yeah.
Even though it
Yeah.
sounds like it's long ago, because there was a continued progression.
So
Crimea and
so
all
let
the area like around around Kiev still stayed Russian
mhm.
for very many years.
So I sidetracked you pretty hard just with that
Sure, I know.
Kiev question. So we'll go back to the slide you were on, and we'll pick up because you had a general progression
So
going
this
there.
is Galicia, and again, Volhynia above it, Galicia, and if you can see, Galicia was part of Poland and part of Ukraine, and this was a gift, really. Basically, what happened was, so I want to show you what Galicia looked like. Galicia had Krakow, which we know is Poland, and Lviv, which is to the west of Kiev. It's one of the major cities that is to the west. And this is now, so the issue here, the issue with this area is because this area was the area that was in charge by a gentleman that is Chrystia Freeland's just grandfather. Her grandfather, who at one point had he had a job, you know, doing propaganda, and then was moved by the Germans to this area, and he actually was in charge. He was in charge of Galicia. So Chrystia Freeland is fluent in Ukrainian. Her family is Ukrainian. She did end up going to Russia to learn Ukrainian. And I think part of the reason why you'd want to be learning Ukrainian, even though you already know Ukrainian, well, there's a few reasons. One is because her Ukrainian would have been there's a Polish dialect there, and it's very possible she has the wrong dialect.
Oh.
And if you want to be metropolitan, to put it lightly, you might want to improve your dialect. The other reason is the connections, and she did a lot while she was in Russia. She did so much while she was in Russia that she's banned from Russia. Chrystia Freeland can no longer enter Russia. She was involved in political activity while studying over there. And again, her grandfather, when people say her grandfather was a Nazi, her grandfather was a Nazi. He was not just any Nazi, he was a very powerful Nazi. And when you see Chrystia Freeland in those pictures holding Nazi flags, it is beyond disturbing.
She knows what she's doing. There's
Yeah,
no,
she is not
there's
like
no, oh,
people-
there was
yes,
just some people there with a flag and I was just standing there. She's like loving this. She knows exactly what she's touching there.
Right. And
Yeah.
when the other thing is when you hear people in Russia saying that people are being killed by Nazis, they're not, we're getting, oh, they're neo-Nazis. No, these are actually original Nazis. These are not neo-Nazis. These are not skinheads. These are National Socialists.
We're living in the time where it's, as all of us have been warning the left, if you keep on calling us Nazis all day long just because we want border control or whatever, and call me a Nazi because of that, you're watering down the word. So now, but maybe one wonders if it almost isn't all on purpose, because when
Right.
Putin says now we're actually going to denazify the Ukraine, which means the actual Nazis that have been there unbroken since World War II, we want to get rid of them. they take it as rhetoric. It just sounds like, oh, Putin's just talking rhetoric like we do. But as you say, this is literal, actual Nazis.
Yeah. Now, again, the Nazi was the National Workers' Party, right? Like they were the National Socialist Workers' Party. That's what Nazi stands for. So everybody in their mind, when they hear Nazi, all they think of is a bunch of blonde anti-Semites. And that's not what Hitler actually ran on. And he was elected by a landslide. He was elected. He wasn't, he was, the charismatic leader of his day, without mentioning names and giving illustrations of other people that I think are Hitler. But anyway, but yeah, he was a charismatic leader, and he got himself elected based on socialist policies. And I've looked at different maps of who voted for him, and I've heard both sides of the story. I've seen maps where it looks like, Catholics didn't vote for Hitler. I've read a lot of articles, again, because of my background, on how the church really supported him while he was running. So, there is evidence that the rhetoric of Hitler matched the social justice rhetoric, and a lot of good people promoted him on his socialism. How Nazis end up on the right, I guess, I'm so...
It's been a strange. It's
I'm
something
so-
that people
it upsets
debate
me
to this
no
day.
end, because it
Yeah.
is completely Soviet rhetoric. It's all Soviet rhetoric. The fact there is nothing about conserving principles, which is what being on the right is about, that involves anti-Semitism or involves taking control of other people. Or this is all stuff that socialists and communists do all the time. They need to in order to create a socialist society, you need some sort of centralized control, and that's left wing.
That's the socialist side of the national part, and the only difference that seems to be drawn historically is perhaps, well, maybe two: the race element and then the corporatist element. But now that we're living inside of it now, I feel like we're living inside early 30s, mid 30s Germany right now, and we're seeing how this happens, and it happens from the left. It happens from them forbidding modes of thought, from them controlling media, from them controlling speech, not from the right, who generally want to be left alone and get to work,
Yeah, no. So while we're on Chrystia Freeland, I wanted to mention a couple things. That she is currently working on a biography of George Soros. It's called, right, and it's called The Rise of the New Global Super Rich and the Fall of Everyone Else.
A good title.
Right. And this is a quote. This is her. So she's saying, she wrote this. This is her writing. One of Soros's intellectual hallmarks is an ability to quickly size up who wins in such a scenario. This is a useful habit of mind if you run a hedge fund. It also happens to be a very Eastern European way of thinking. Vladimir Lenin famously insisted that the key question of any political agenda was whom, as in who is doing what to whom. This is a person that admires Lenin and Soros, and it has a grandfather that's a Nazi, and has been kicked out of Russia for political activity. And she is our deputy prime minister.
Wow.
So, yeah. So, a little bit worrisome, to say the least. Sorry. There. These are, might be getting... Here. This is also a quote. This is here. During her time at Harvard, she visited the Soviet Union as an exchange student to study Ukrainian. Although she was already fluent in the language, while there she attracted the attention of the KGB, which tagged her with the codename Frida. and Soviet papers who attacked her as a foreign meddling in their internal affairs over her contacts with Ukrainian activists. So if you think she's spontaneously going down to this protest in Toronto, yeah, there's nothing spontaneous at all about what she's doing. And it actually reminds me of the French Revolution. I know this is totally out, but these ideas that the left gives us in our history books about spontaneous revolutions. I've never seen a spontaneous revolution. Maybe the trucker. I mean, it's like you don't. The left has never presented one. There's always lawyers involved. There's always propagandists involved. There's always, I think up till I think up till I was thinking about it. And I'm like, I think up till the convoy, I've never really seen a spontaneous revolution.
Both sides will convince themselves when they're whipping up the rhetoric that there will be a spontaneous revolt of the people to whatever side they want, and that's Marxism to a T. They still believe that crap. You reach a point, and the people will spontaneously revolt and usher in the dictatorship of the proletariat. Or on the right, we'll do some sanctions, and then the people will spontaneously uprise against the person, their leader that we've decided is a dictator, and everything will be fine. Iraq and Yugoslavia come to mind for that. Mm-hmm. And it never happens, you're right. It never happens.
Marx was wrong about a lot of things. He also thought capitalism would eventually implode, and then he realized that he had to actually do work to take it down because it wasn't actually, it has this horrible tendency of correcting itself when it does something wrong, and so it's never going away.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they're not, I don't know, they don't have a good grasp of reality, I think is the problem. So I kind of do want to go back to the history a little bit more, where because again, ancient history is great, but then how did we get to here? So I'm just trying to see here. I'll go. Sorry, the share screen thing it's all brand new to me, this app, so I'm just trying to.
You bet. No sweat there. Hey to everybody. The other Jay has joined us on the channel. And Mrs. Other Jay. We've all met before during the Freedom Convoy and in a couple broadcasts since then. How you guys doing out there?
We're good. Sorry, was muted.
No sweat. We're just waiting for Zaruda to get her pictures going again. Any trucker news you guys heard?
I've been, the three main ones that I've been following are still in jail, so.
Yeah.
They have court dates on Monday, so, hopefully they let them out, or at least on bail. They're crazy.
Well, I hope not. Their charge is very serious. Mischief we can't allow mischief in a dominion like Canada.
I swear, murderers get out on bail, faster.
How you doing, Zaruda?
I'm okay. I did want to say something else about Galicia while I was here, but
Okay,
I
great.
will have to end the share screen and kind of come back in with another.
That's good. You get set up.
But
Does
again,
Russia have a central bank?
Yeah, I have. We're talking about how Chrystia Freeland's grandfather was in charge of this area. This is, again, for those tuning in now, Galicia. I'm referring to Western Ukraine in two parts: the northern part as Volhynia, and the southern part as Galicia. And Galicia was an area in the past, and not like ancient past, but actually just during the World War II, that was controlled by Nazi Germany, and specifically the grandfather of Chrystia Freeland was in charge of that area. And I just want to read here that the breakup kind of how many, like 45.4% Polish, 42.9% Ukrainian, 10.9% Jewish, and 8% German. That's what that area looked like. There were more Polish in the area than Ukrainians. There were more, basically there were more, the Ukrainians weren't even the half of the people there. So it's definitely not, even if you want to say there's the Ukrainians and then there's people that are of Russian ethnicity in the East. Even in the West, it wasn't that cut and dry. It was actually very few people in the West that were even considered Ukrainian.
Is there an ethnic Ukrainian group? Is there a Uk?
There is an ethnic Ukrainian group at the time of the war. Though those ethnic Ukrainians were still Russian. So remember, Kiev was Russia, and right, we talked about how Russia was Kiev Rus. So that was the capital of Russia at one point. So the people living in Kiev were Russian. So that whole area, even though they spoke Ukrainian, they would have been Russian Orthodox. They would not have been Catholic like the Polish.
Were they the Ukrainian language? Is it distinct from Russian?
Yes, it is different. Russian and Ukrainian are two different languages. But even the people speaking those languages are different. So I'm going to end the share screen, and I'm going to pull up some maps that have the language breakup. Okay.
Great. Welcome everybody joining. Northern Star, who else didn't we shout out? Melanik, hey. Welcome everybody coming in. Anybody come over here from the Zaruda crowd, from the Rinko's Girl crowd? Good to see ya. I know we saw a new guy, the King of Ruckus. Great, wonderfully controversial username. New subscriber here. By all means, look through the old videos. What were you going to say?
What exactly about that banner Christina Freeland was holding made it a Nazi banner?
I'm sure we'll get there. It's the red-black, and it's aligned with the modern neo-Nazis over there.
Yeah, whatever the slogan on it was must have been, well, it wasn't English, whatever it was.
Yeah, it was all Cyrillic and weird, but like especially with what Zaruda's has told us, I was willing to go she was just at that thing because she's left wing and supporting Ukraine and the narrative, and people are like, hey, take a picture with us, It's kind of like how the person got Trudeau to sign the Nazi flag, famously, So I thought maybe that was the situation, but with Zaruda telling us that she's like basically a Ukraine operative that got kicked out of Russia for working for the Ukraine, she has to know exactly what those colors mean and exactly what that flag means when she's holding the motherfucker as well.
Right.
So there can't be any kind of claim of innocence, but why don't we get to say that at the trucker rally? Right? There's a guy on the balcony at the Chateau Laurier with a Nazi flag. Therefore, I'm a Nazi.
Yeah.
What about her? Freeze her bank account.
Yeah.
Zombie Potato. All right, even more controversial nickname. Some or majority of the information presented is just wrong. It's like a history lesson from someone who's educated in Russia with its twisted events of history. Putin's history. Is this the troll you invited? Good to have you. We love trolls. Bring it on. We want to hear both sides of all
I have
arguments.
more history, so if you want to look at this map. Okay, yep. And so this is actually straight newspaper from April of 1939 newspaper. So this is not a Russian newspaper. This is an American newspaper.
Okay.
And this is reporting. I don't know. Can you
Yeah.
see it?
Sorry, I have to do it manually. I keep forgetting.
It's actually a New York Times article. Okay, so that's probably as benign. Yeah, and if you want to open it up, and I'll read what it says because I know it's small. I don't know. Maybe I can zoom in here. Okay, so what we have here is, you see Volhynia up here. This has now been divided. So this area, I don't know if a lot of people saw, there is a PPC candidate who did a stream a couple. He's out of Whippy, and he did something on this topic. And he is from Hungary, and so he was saying how also the Hungarians were taken and sucked into Ukraine. At this point, they're not. This would be here, this little area here, Bessarabia. That's what he would be talking about. This was Hungary. And at the time of the March Revolution, Bessarabia was allowed to stay in Hungary. But the Soviets had decided that they were going to absorb all this other stuff, attach it to what was already in Russia. So Poland, so basically taking Poland from the Nazis and putting it into Ukraine. And this is the first time we actually ever hear about Ukraine. This is in 1939. And this is what the New York Times is writing. This is not my words, and this is not Russian propaganda.
Yeah.
This says, out of the chaos into which Russia fell after the revolution of last March, a new nation now emerges. Again, this is New York Times. A new nation now emerges. The Ukrainian People's Republic. Okay, so that is the first time where we have the Ukrainian People's Republic. That is the first time where you have this configuration, which at the time still doesn't include Crimea.
This is 1939?
1939.
Right. And this
Before
doesn't get really decided until after the war, right?
Right, and after the war, after the war, then they add Crimea to this. So Crimea plus this is 40 years old. It's like, it's not 40 years old. It's well, yeah. I mean, it's post it's post Reagan.
Yeah.
Okay. So there is no wonder why you can ask a Russian, what do you think about Ukraine? And a Russian Eastern Ukrainian will tell you, Ukraine, that's not even a country.
Yeah.
So why? Okay, so what is this mess here? And who lives here? And what does it look like? So now we're getting to sorry, I can't switch now on this. Oh, because it's zoomed in. Okay, so I want to look at the voting here, so you can kind of see what's going on in the country right now. They had an election. Okay, there was a few elections. There was a 2004 election, and I just want to compare it to the 2010, so you don't think something terrible happened in the world, or some manipulation that happened in just prior to an election, somebody tampering with the election. The Ukraine election in 2004 looked like this. Basically, it's very divided. It's everyone in the East is voting for one person. Everyone in the West is voting for another person.
Just purely geographical.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So, but there are people, and it's not exactly, everyone, but there is a majority. There's a very vast difference. So you can see some areas in the extremes, okay, that are favoring, and the reason why, again, is these people are not Ukrainian. These are Hungarians. They're not Western Ukrainian, or they're not of Polish descent. And so wherever you find these areas that are not of Polish descent, you also find them voting against that bloc.
Yeah.
So you begin to think that somewhere in the heads of these people, this bloc may be dangerous, maybe. Like because it's not just the Eastern, like it's not just, now again, this is purely conjecture on my part, but I don't think that the Eastern Ukrainians think that Nazis were benign. I think a lot of people, especially the ones living in Odessa, who were Russian Jews, would be a little bit more aware of this. Until this Ukraine crisis broke out, I had never met a Russian Jew that had identified as Ukrainian. They had identified as Russian Jew, being from Odessa. Now with all the propaganda, now with everything going on, again, my peers are of a different generation and they haven't done as much history. They're saying things like, my grandmother would have thought X and my grandfather would have, and I'm thinking, I knew your grandfather and I knew your grandmother. I'm pretty sure they would have had a different opinion. I don't think they would have been fooled by Western propaganda.
We've got someone new here that says, I'm a consumer. Hey, welcome to the channel. Most of the evidence of election tampering is largely conjecture that is unsupported by independent review. Also, faulty election results, legitimately fraud or not, don't justify Russia invading.
Okay, so I want to show you another election map, and that would be this one. And that shows the amount of where Yanukovych got all of his votes from. So you can see, even in the areas where Yanukovych won, there is still a very heavy voting population. It's not just because the map, it's like the Canadian election map, right? I mean, just because Ontario goes, whatever. I mean, it doesn't mean that there's no conservatives in Ontario. Obviously, at the provincial level, we get the conservatives elected. So There's a lot of conservatives in Ontario. The same goes for Ukraine. There are a lot of people voting together with this Eastern Bloc.
Yeah.
It's just not registering because of the election system that they have in place.
Yeah.
So does that look like Russian? I'll go back to the other, but I do have influence. There is evidence of interference on the other side that we can actually see.
I was just getting into that in the Stone documentary, and there were a couple of elections. I do believe the 2010 one, and the previous was 2004, I think.
2004, yes.
They in the documentary they said it is a little bit shaky, but I think that the 10 one, I think they said there was no doubt about who won. But that's just their documentary, right? I'm not saying I agree or disagree. But it sounded like the 2004 one sounded like it was much sketchier. And this is to the 10 one is to elect the guy before Zelensky, right?
Yeah. Yes, it was before Zelensky, and it was when and after that election is when you have the coup.
That's right. Yeah. Okay.
So and before so they were in the 2010 election, they were voting for Yanukovych. In the 2004, they were also voting for Yanukovych. He lost the 2004 election.
Right.
He won the 2010 election. Again, if there was Russian interference, why did he lose the 2004 election? This problem has been here for a very long time. Again, since the Cold War, pretty much. We are having issues in this area. Chrystia Freeland, she's doing this, in university, right? There's a long run up to this. This is a survey that was done, and these were done in the different oblasts in Ukraine. So an oblast would be like a province or a territory or however. And so you can see the Western ones on the top, and as you go east, you can see that they're asking them if they can only be in one economic union, what would they choose? Obviously, the West is going for the European Union. The East is actually answering that they would want to be in the customs union of Russia, Belarus, and Kazakhstan. So there are people that are saying that they would actively want to go, not just that they don't know or they're not sure or they want to be in something else, but there are people that actually want to be with Russia. And you'll notice there is at least a registration for every single oblast, even if it's small. There are people all over the Ukraine that want to be part of Russia.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was a 2004. Okay, so this is the breakup. Again, we've been talking about it kind of all night, but this is the breakup of mostly Ukrainian speaking. You can see there's different languages. These are Russian. This is significant ethnic Russians in the where the yellow has the lines through it. Crimea is definitely majority Russian, but mostly Russian is pretty much everything. Predominantly Ukrainian is this kind of red area, but there's definitely issues here. Okay, now the last thing I think, which is really important to mention in this whole breakdown of which is East and which is West, and why people would want or feel like they're not part of Ukraine or separated from other people, is it's not just culture. So we talked about culture. We talked about how these two factions actually have totally different religions. They have totally different languages, totally different religions, but they actually have a totally different history because of their relationship with the USSR. So this area was like Kiev, and this whole area here was populated by Cossacks. So this is different than the other word I want to use, which is Bolsheviks. And what people don't remember about Lenin and Stalin is that Lenin and Stalin both were from Georgia. These were people that conquered Russia, right? Like they came in and they were leading as foreigners. They didn't care about the Russian people. And what they did was starve them. They especially starved the Ukrainians. And this history, unfortunately, is quite confused and quite lost because it was rewritten by Hrushevsky. Hrushevsky, who claims to be, again, he's from the West. He supposedly was a Pole. I talked to a Polish person the other day, and he was like, that's a Pole. That's not a Polish name, Hrushevsky. So this man is the central. So if you're studying Ukrainian history, you're normally studying Hrushevsky, and it's a revisionist, completely revisionist history. And that's a problem. So why don't we just, and so basically when you're getting propaganda, the best thing to do is grab a map or, get some outside, like a look at something. I've had to do that a lot just with looking at this presentation. How, if Russia says this, well, okay, let's look at who they were talking about and go from their history. And so grabbing a history from another source.
Mm-hmm.
On this map, you can clearly see Kyiv is the first major city at the top where you can see very red, okay? And the red represents the number of deaths from starvation.
Oh, damn.
These people from Kyiv to the east were starved by the Bolsheviks. They were starved to death. They were starved. They were deported. And basically there was a mass murder going on in this area. The West was not involved. Volhynia is right here. You can see it. south, to the south, these oblasts were not involved. They did not suffer the Holodomor. And Ukrainians, and the propaganda is that Ukrainians suffered at the hands of the Russians and would never want to be back with Russia.
Define Holodomor for the chat,
So
please.
Holodomor is the name they give to this specific time from 1929 to 1933, when there was a giant, basically starvation. It was an attack, and they wanted to basically repopulate by killing all of the Cossacks and repopulating them with more Bolsheviks so they could take control of the area.
This ties into them declaring the farmers as elitist landholders and killing them off, and then taking their land and then not farming and destroying that whole process, and everybody starves.
There was all of that. There was and including deportations, and yes, again, but again, this is when you're living through this, and they were living through this as Russians. They were not living through this as Ukrainians. They had never been Ukrainians before. They're just living on the border, which is where we get the word Ukraine from. So these are people living on the border of Russia that are being starved by Soviets. And then later, after this occurs, are being severed out. So this is occurring between 1929 and 1933. And you can see Crimea is also being starved. They were not severed out in 1939. But all of these other people were severed out of the country after being starved and losing all their livelihoods as Russian citizens. They were now chucked to the side, chopped off by the Soviets, and moved into a country with Nazi Poland.
Right.
Okay, so this is what's going on. And again, this is not Russian propaganda. This is what was published by the New York Times.
Yeah.
So it's, very different life experiences of these two halves of the Ukraine.
All of a sudden, the geographical voting differences make a lot of sense.
A lot of sense. So somebody asked me, actually somebody in the chat asked me this. I won't point them out, but they're welcome to identify themselves if they want. But they said to me, I'm personally always against separatism or separatist movements. And I said, okay, imagine it this way. So a lot of us, I know there's some people that are not from Ontario, but imagine Justin Trudeau, as crappy as, he makes Canada. He decides tomorrow so we don't like crappy Canada. We're obviously living in a socialist nation. Okay, so I'm putting Ontarians in this situation. We're living in a socialist nation. Trudeau is the prime minister. As much as we say of Trudeau, he's our prime minister, and this is Canada. Trudeau decides tomorrow that he is going to section off Ontario and attach it to Quebec and give it to one of his lackeys. And now we're living attached to Quebec. And no offense to Quebec, but obviously they have their own culture and they have their own ideas. So what happens to Ukraine when this occurs, that they're sectioned off, is they write up a constitution. And the Constitution of Ukraine states, which would be our constitution in this scenario, we will sign, and we will become an independent state. However, we have a clause. The clause is that if our sovereignty is ever threatened, okay, because we don't want to be captured by Nazis, we don't want to be captured by anybody. If our constitution is ever threatened, then Russia will come to our aid. That is written into the constitution. If we were Ontarians and we wrote that into the constitution, okay, you can attach us to Quebec, but if France wants to come and take Quebec, we're not going to France. Canada is going to come to our aid, and we are going to get help.
Yeah.
Mhm.
In American, this is called Monroe Doctrine. Monroe Doctrine states that if you enter into our space and you do anything threatening, Cuban Missile Crisis, right? You do anything threatening in our space, we are going to respond. Okay? And so this is Russia's position right now. Somebody has attacked the sovereignty of Ukraine by affecting the Yanukovych position after he was elected, and that triggered the Constitution, the clause in the Constitution that said Russia was supposed to come to their aid. And I will show you now what this looked like. So this is what happened just after. This is Ukraine, and these are the protests. Okay, so 2014, you have these areas, and what we got in Ontario and what we got in Canada was there are protests. This was exactly at the same time as the Arab Spring. No coincidence there. But everybody was just in a freedom movement, and everybody just wanted to just be free. And so there were a bunch of protests about taking over their evil governments and switching them up for people's choice and people's republics. So you would think that if it was the people that wanted to change Yanukovych, so again, this is after an election where he won the election democratically, they want to now change who's in government, and protests flare up. Victoria Nuland is down there. Victoria Nuland is handing out cookies to protesters. Victoria Nuland is the Assistant Secretary of State to Hillary Clinton. Okay, and she, so you have Obama, you have Hillary Clinton as the Secretary of State. She's the Assistant Secretary of State, and she's in charge of European and Eurasian relations. And she is down there handing cookies to protesters in Ukraine.
Sorry, my stomach just churned a little bit at having to hear Hillary. The Oliver Stone documentary was just getting into this, and this is November 2013. The protests start, and immediately 3 new television stations pop up, fully funded, that go viral and become massively popular and start encouraging people to come down and protest.
Now, this is, again, the mass protests where they were happening. It was definitely not over. It wasn't even past Kyiv to any significant degree. And it wasn't even all over Western Ukraine, what I would consider still part of Galicia. But definitely the main part of Galicia and Volhynia is where you see government buildings being seized. They go in, they throw elected officials into garbage cans covered in water in the winter.
Ugh.
Yeah, and the world cheers this as a freedom movement. And at the same time, the world was cheering the Arab Spring that was going on down there. And Fox News and CNN were all on the same page for the Arab Spring. And I'm sitting there watching this, scratching my head and saying and asking the same questions I'm asking today. What on earth is happening where the right-wing media and the left-wing media are spouting the exact same rhetoric, and nobody stops to question why are they on the same page all of a sudden when they're normally diametrically opposed? In what world is the media not lying to me? And is not, is everybody all at once thinking the same thing? Like, something is going on, and normally if it's something insidious, then I'm sorry, but the good guys and the bad guys can't be on the same page. that was my thing. Now, I had, I guess, the privilege of growing up in a very conservative house, so I never had this problem of having to wake up, or I was, my parents have been involved in politics. They both came from communist countries. So I heard nothing but, and I didn't understand it when I was growing up. I was a little kid. Mom, why are you always talking about communism? Why is everything about communism? I don't understand. And every conversation she had, and it was always, and I'm like, we're in Canada. There aren't any communists here. And I couldn't see what she was talking about. And my kids are asking me the same thing. Mom, why are you always talking about communism?
We share that background. My father was RCMP Foreign Liaison, which is now known as CSIS, Canadian Security and Intelligence Services, so RCIA. And I lived all over the world and ended up in Ottawa at the end of kind of his tour. And very much the same thing. I'd be like, Dad, you chill on the commies, all right? Like, doesn't seem that bad to me. I mean, you know, all these old, you know, boomer dads are all just obsessed with the commies.
Communism,
And
yeah. And
where is this giant conspiracy, Dad? I mean, come on. And now I'm like his age that he was back then, and I'm like, oh my God, they're everywhere.
yes,
We didn't
yes,
get them. We didn't get them. We got to get back to work, y'all. Like we missed a bunch. We
yes.
missed them in school is where we missed them. Anyway, I don't want to sidetrack you. Keep on going.
No problem. Again, just this is just a little bit more like these areas, you know, obviously these were the areas won by Yanukovych, these were the areas. So, yeah, I want to talk a little bit more about, I guess, that article, that Constitution of Ukraine. So, the Constitution of Ukraine, you're like, people are might be wondering how you would have a constitution with a clause like that in it. It's very similar, actually, to the NATO's Article 5. And this gets into the next thing I want to talk about, which is what's motivating Russia, right? So what motivated Russia to go into Ukraine? Obviously, my first argument is that Constitution itself. Constitution itself required a response from Russia. And I don't think Hillary Clinton is oblivious to that Constitution. And the reason I say that is because they did the exact same thing that they're doing in Ukraine in the 80s with the Balkans. It's almost identical. And I would go into it, but it's so much the same that it's kind of a waste. It's like we're watching the Balkans all over again.
Yeah.
Except now, if we pay attention, we can see what happened.
Yeah, we had a comment earlier how reminiscent this was of Yugoslavia, and that's, you know, very much the thoughts that I've had.
Sorry. At one point, Bill Clinton was the most hated person in Eastern Europe because he was messing with the constitutions of countries, and he triggered wars. And
just to put on a show.
Well, no, I'm sure there were other reasons. Again, I'd have to go into, but there is a few things going on, and there's basically a NATO expansion that's going on there, but I don't think it's that benign. John Mearsheimer, he kind of goes at it as this is kind of just America trying to spread democracy to the world. And they know that if they win these allies, that then those allies will be on their side, and, you know, they get a win-win of putting in democracy and getting an ally. I think it's a little bit more sinister because it's only happening with Biden and Clinton's, and we're finding, I mean, it's not like I'm making stuff up. You know, we all saw the connection between Biden's son and Ukraine. I mean, this is not even at the level of conspiracy theory. We know this. We know that they're dealing. Oh, and you know, uranium or whatever. I mean, they have all the cover-ups and we fired that guy before we made the agreement. We fired him before because you knew you were going to make the agreement, and then you fired him before you could make the agreement, so he wouldn't be involved in the agreement. That's not fooling anybody.
Yeah, it's wild. But by putting on a show, I meant I guess on a kind of icing on the cake level, just to fire off some missiles and act tough to hold on to his kind of centrist, slightly rightist people that helped get him elected in America. the Democrats, they're always, catering to the left, but they feel like they've got to fire off a few missiles and do some police state stuff, world police stuff, to kind of appease their neocon people that actually did vote for them. Of course, you're right. We're seeing now there's a much bigger global picture that Clinton would have been involved with and known what he was doing at the time.
Yeah. It's again that Clinton Foundation, and yeah. I mean, we already have this crisis to deal with. Maybe I can come back and do.
I was just thinking that part 2's got to happen at some point. The electric boogaloo. Part 2, the electric boogaloo, is going to have to happen.
I want to show you a quote. Can we play a game? I want to show you a quote from a political leader, and I want you to guess who did the quote.
All right. Cool. Take a sec. We're looking at some quotes here. Speaking of Clinton, they're reopening. The Clinton Foundation closed? I wasn't aware of that.
I don't know that either.
Yeah. I can't imagine they'd turn down $1. Back to business as usual, indeed.
It's called just reorganizing. I wouldn't call that closing. I normally just call it something else.
Sharon O'Neill. Hey, Sharon. She's good at history. A lot of people forget about past bad things. Most people don't hear about this stuff. I mean, you need to be blessed with a good teacher at some point to even hope to get a little bit of actual history, right? I lived in America. As I said, my father was a diplomat. I lived in Washington, D.C. and took history there. And it was literally George Washington said, "I cannot tell a lie." It was like fairy tales. And then I came to Ottawa and took, we have grade 13 here, so you can have a pre-college level courses at high school. And I took grade 13 history, and it was just having my eyes peeled open, learning both sides of the Palestinian conflict, learning both sides of the American Civil War, stuff like that. But you need to be blessed with just a teacher who's willing to go that extra yard. Otherwise, you're just going to get pap. Absolute pap that they put in the history books that are funded and written by George Soros nowadays anyway, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all of the education system is ruined, and it's been a slow incremental breakdown of Western. And when I say Western, again, these words are really hard to use because they mean multiple things depending on the context.
Well, Noam Chomsky always broke it down really well, where in that manufacturer consent documentary, they have a spot where he explains what it's like to be Noam Chomsky. It's like they have you on Frontline, and everybody has 15 seconds to deliver their viewpoint. And for him to counter the mainstream viewpoint, he needs to go back 600 years in history to explain the definition of the word that he's about to use. And people don't know this. And this is the problem that those of us who are really interested in true history always face. Just to use a word, you need to go back. You had to show us a map from the year 800 to explain context of certain things. Whereas say right now with the Ukraine war, the left can sum it up with a chalkboard sign with a guy giving Putin the finger.
Right.
They don't have to explain anything. We've got to explain every single word of every sentence that we use just to try to wake people up.
And again, trying to do this as a Twitter war, I mean, I don't know how many times, even my father, I was talking to my father, he's really good at knowing how to communicate. Being in politics for a very long time. And so we were having a discussion about this, and he just told me, look, either you pick up the phone or I can't do this. You just can't communicate in text and get all of these ideas across.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. And Twitter is a perfect storm for miscommunication and fighting and all of these things that lead to fear and agitation and anger and all of what these people want.
And the 280 characters, as we just said, favors the mainstream narrative, where you don't have to explain anything.
Right.
If
It's
all you
just
have to do
headline.
is call your opponent a racist, you've already won. Whereas my counter argument requires this multi-thread post that even if 100 people look at my first post, the second part of the thread will be 8 people will look at it. So it already favors the mainstream. All right. So we're gonna play a game.
So this is my quote. So who do we think said this? I guess I'll read it, and then which global leader do you think said this? Difference in itself is no cause for alarm. What does bring alarm is arrogance, prejudice, and hatred. It is the attempt to impose hierarchy on human civilization or to force one's own history, culture, and social system upon others. The right choice is for countries to pursue peaceful coexistence based on mutual respect and only finding common ground while shelving differences and to promote exchanges and mutual learning. This is the way to add impetus to the progress of human civilization.
Whew. Do we have a multiple choice, or we just gibber?
Well, it's not Putin.
Okay. Quickly, who's got a TV on or a grandma in the background that's yelling
No.
at the kids?
Let me see if it's on my end. Hang on.
Okay. I am gonna guess. Well, we had a couple Putins, so you guys already lost. You got a thinker. I'm gonna go Trudeau.
It's probably like Hitler said it or something.
Okay,
Gorbachev.
Rain's going Hitler. Other Jay is going Gorbachev. I'm going Trudeau.
It is President Xi of China.
Oh damn!
Wow.
Damn! Oh, Sharon, I was pulling for you, Sharon. I was hoping that'd be Trump, but that was there were like, yeah, there were too many 3-syllable words for it to be Trump.
Oh, so bad. But why is the president of China worried about this?
Yeah.
So because he's worried about American imperialism, because he's worried about the West changing how he's ruling China. So there is a palpable worry in the rest of the world that America has basically been the most powerful country since 1989. It is so powerful that it can do basically whatever it wants with its foreign policy. It can make mistakes. It can just mow down countries and whatever it feels like with no repercussion to itself, because it's quite impenetrable. It has a massive military, and they have been going around, quote unquote, making peace all over the world. So just whether we agree with it or not, I'm not anti-American, and I'm not anti-democracy, and I'm not. I don't even know if I agree with the statement completely. I mean, I told you I'm an Orthodox Catholic. I would love to go around and make sure that people, believe things that I believe are true. But how do you go about doing that is the question. And what have they been going about doing? On the flip side, it is a fear. And is it legitimate? Is democracy really what they're trying to do? Are they really just? I mean, there's a lot of questions here, but I wanted to bring it up in that there is a push from the West towards the East happening, and the East are feeling it. They're feeling it in Russia, and they're feeling it in China. And how they feel it now is through NATO. So NATO, and this is how about we look at this New York Times, because this is a quote from New York Times. So this is not me anymore, because who am I? Okay, New York Times. Just as the United States resolved in the aftermath of World War II to counter the Soviet Union and its global ambitions, Mr. Obama is focused on isolating President Vladimir V. Putin's Russia by cutting off its economic and political ties to the outside world. limiting its expansionist ambitions in its own neighborhood, and effectively making it a pariah state.
Okay.
These are people that are not anti-Obama. This is New York Times. In effect, Mr. Obama is retrofitting for a new age the approach to Moscow that was first set out by the diplomat George F. Kennan in 1947, and that dominated American strategy through the fall of the Soviet Union. The administration's priority is to hold together an international consensus against Russia, including even China, its longtime supporter on the United Nations Security Council.
We got a guess on him? Get a guess on that quote? Are we still playing the quote game?
No.
Oh, okay.
That was just the New York Times.
That was just their article. Okay.
So this is a map right now that I have of NATO, and this shows. Let me make it a little bigger so you can see it. So the colors are based on the times that these countries came into NATO. There were the founding countries, and obviously there were America on the other side. Canada was also a founding country, but here in Europe, these are the founding countries. And then they slowly brought in these other countries that are in the lighter green. And then again, they're starting to bring in countries now that are sitting on the border of Russia. And at the time, Russia doesn't say anything, but now they're trying to bring Ukraine. And what happens is, do you remember that constitution that Ukraine had? So I mentioned something. NATO has something called an Article 5. And an Article 5 guarantee. They have articles, right? The NATO articles. So the Article 5 guarantee is kind of like the same thing that the Ukraine constitution had. It's a guarantee that if anything happens to a NATO country, that NATO comes to the rescue of that country. Now, the countries that are in NATO should be countries that, right? They're countries that have agreed that now they have the entire force of NATO behind them. Okay, that in itself should kind of bring to mind what the problem is. So what they're saying is they want Ukraine in NATO, and they will put the full force of NATO behind Ukraine. And they did this. So in 2008, they were sitting discussing this, and there was a Bucharest Declaration, and that declaration, the Germans, Russia obviously, but even the Germans spoke up, and they were like, "This is a very bad idea. You don't want to do this. You don't want to tell Russia that you're going to put the defense, like nuclear defense, against a country that is sitting on its border." And Russia was very much against it, and they were asking about Ukraine, and they were asking about Georgia. And the U.S. went ahead and wrote it into the declaration. Let me see if I probably have the script of this. Let me look. Sorry. So, yeah. So then this is what the U.S. ended up writing into the declaration. They added this section which says, NATO welcomes Ukraine and Georgia's Euro-Atlantic aspirations for membership in NATO. We agree today that these countries will become members of NATO. This little statement, even though it wasn't anything but a declaration, it triggered the war in Georgia. The Georgians said, oh, NATO is willing to back our aspirations to be in NATO, and immediately they started attacking Russia.
I don't understand how anyone could take that to faith, because Russia has nukes. America has nukes. I don't know. I don't understand how anyone could be like,
Because, again,
yeah, if we do something, then America is going to come save us. But
right.
It doesn't make any sense.
But it does. It does if you're protected by the Article 5. You are protected by an Article 5 guarantee that if you that if you can trigger a war where it looks like Russia is the aggressor, then you win.
But no one can really fight a war against Russia unless they want to risk nukes.
Well,
That's what I'm saying. On a practical level, it doesn't really work.
well, okay. Here's the thing: is that the ultimate motivation of some of these people might be different than what we think. Jordan Peterson did a really good talk about Hitler, and so if anybody's seen this, please, you know where I'm getting this from. Basically, his argument was that Hitler actually was an evil person, and what his final result was the death of the maximum amount of people. And the reason he can say that, and the reason that's supported, is because when Germany started losing the war, they ramped up the killings of the Jews instead of saying, hey, maybe we should redirect these resources to actually the battlefront so we can win the war. But no, they didn't redirect any of their soldiers. They actually ramped up the mass murder. So sometimes it's possible that maybe the elites and the globalists and the people that we're worried about don't have the conventional things we think of in mind, like conquering land or, expanding democracy. Like I said, I think Misheimer's view of the situation may be a little bit naive. I think that they might be trying to kill us and exterminate us. And based on what we've been seeing with the vaccines and all the other things and biolabs and humanized mice, and I mean, it's kind of reaching the levels where normal people are noticing that there's something sinister going on. If you go back, okay, so a lot of people talk about WEF, and they talk about all these other, I know we're getting kind of down a rabbit hole, and I'm trying to keep it on history and facts and less out of the conspiracy region of this, but behind WEF, in a long time ago, but these organizations are still here, there is something called the Club of Rome. And these major players of all, and still probably do, because right now the Club of Rome, like every other website or webpage that you go to find members lists, there's like a show member list, and then there are the real members. Like when Bella Dodd was talking, to the U.S. Congress, and she's saying, she knows as a non-card carrying communist, because you need plausible deniability, right? So the members of these organizations are never really the members on the member list. The members on the member list are the vanity members. But these people, we're dealing with people. The Club of Rome was all about overpopulation and, eliminating humans on the planet. And this group of people have broken off into these subsections of how do we do this. We have the World Economic Forum. We have a lot of people in the green movement in different areas. Like Mikhail Gorbachev was running green.
These are super Malthusians of that ilk, technocrats, Malthusians.
I guess what I'm saying is that there may be another objective that is more sinister than just bringing democracy to every nation that NATO can. And triggering wars and having people die might not be a bad thing for people who want to be in control, because that word sustainability, if something is going to be sustained, you have to think about who is sustaining it. And so whenever they're talking about sustainability, they're also talking about a limited population, because they're the sustainers.
Right.
In my worldview, God is the sustainer, and he sustains everything, and I don't worry about sustainability. in a worldview where you worry about sustainability, you have sustainers. And those sustainers run out of funds when they have too many people to sustain. So,
And too many people can become messy.
yes, yes.
Yeah, much easier to have small, controlled
Yes.
populations.
Yeah, you know, and you want the right type of people. You want to get rid of all of the people that are not controllable.
Yes.
People like truckers.
So damn truckers are so icky. So much body hair. Yes, eugenics, Northern Star, exactly. That's the word I was trying to come up with. So the Malthusians, eugenicists, everyone, history's been taught as if that was like a fashion trend that kind of went away through the World War II. It didn't at all. The people that went on to do Club of Rome and such are massive acolytes of the eugenics and living members of open eugenicists before the war. Now they're just closeted eugenicists. Malthusians, including Trudeau's father, massive Malthusians. Still showing that when the Constitution of Canada, the Charter of Rights, was being written, they're circulating charts in the 80s, trying to convince everyone that as production will fall off as population grows, and we need to have smaller populations. It's
Right.
horrible stuff. When a cursory glance at the globe will show you that there's plenty of room for everybody. I saw an really cool info show on YouTube once where they said the entire population of the planet Earth would fit into a little pile inside the Grand Canyon, just like about 2 miles wide.
Mm-hmm.
Every human being on Earth. So, you know,
Yeah.
the very notion is
basically
ridiculous.
Between Texas and the Southwest, you could actually have everyone side by side with an 1,100 square foot house.
Yeah, right.
So
you know,
this is that you could have, you know, a little house with a backyard, like a little bit, and just if we stuck them all side by side. This is why, I mean, as a child, I was like, what on earth are we worried about? Like the environment. It didn't, I couldn't get it because, and at the time the world could pretty much fit in Texas. It didn't even need like the other states to the side. Like it was just Texas. And I was like, you know, we're worried about like spraying aerosols into the air. And I'm like, I'm imagining everyone in Texas holding up an aerosol can and spraying it as hard as they can.
and the Earth just shrugs us off. Yeah.
Right?
The left loves to use George Carlin quotes and routines to kind of, you know, put down Trump or whatever right-wing stuff, but they don't actually watch his routines where he goes and says, like, you idiots think that, like, what we're doing here on the planet has anything to do, like, the Earth even notices us. The hubris, the sheer hubris to think that we're
Absolutely.
driving the changes on Earth. It's just sheer
Well, I mean, it
narcissism.
reminds me of watching G.I. Joe as a kid and, you know, Cobra Commander trying to, like, you know, change the weather and building all these machines to, like, you know, change weather all over the planet. And I mean, are really, like, this is supposed to be politics. This is a cartoon show.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, so
I actually have I think, yeah, this was a post by Ken Woodall. It's about Pierre Trudeau because you mentioned him. He mentions here seeing a train stop for a student protest. The guy that was leading that protest had a swastika on his jacket, and his name was Pierre Elliott Trudeau.
I just came across this recently too. There are the pictures of him in Montreal going into Nazi rallies. I was like, what?
Yeah, and he was very famously always spotted. He would ride this motorcycle, and he would have this. So he was just up and down the streets of Montreal with a swastika on his arm on his motorbike. And
wow.
yeah, these are who these people are, and I would love to come on and do another history program on Canadian history if you.
Oh yeah, you've got to. The electric boogaloo is going to happen, and the return of the Zaruda.
I have saved the Canadian, like I have an old Canadian history book. I have a couple old, you know, books from that were published in Canada that had the actual history in it, and they mentioned the Trudeaus, they mentioned the Bourassaus, they mentioned Etienne, you know, like it's in the same family, the exact same families that were causing trouble in World War One are still causing trouble today, and their parents were lawyers, and it's the same lawyer class. It's the exact same French Revolution stuff. I always say about that Charter of Rights is Napoleonic law, and our country was repatriated in the 80s. We lost our flag. It changed color. It went red, and we had a new constitution, and we basically lost the war to the communists in Canada without firing a shot.
Well, this is where people like Matthew Ehret come in to play. EHRET. Everyone find him and consume anything you can of this guy. I think he's going to be like Canada's Noam Chomsky. Just give him like 50 years for his nose to grow and his hair to go thin. He outlines how Canadian nationalism was a product that was created by the City of London. That they created Canadian nationalism and sent over a guy that was fully in charge of creating Canadian nationalism and gave us our meaningless flag with a fucking leaf on it that means nothing.
I remember Sheila Copps. I remember that, it was everywhere where you had to I'm gonna close this. Maybe I can find it because I just tried to find the Canadian flag, because I remember Sheila Copps made sure that every Canadian got a Canadian flag. They wanted it. It was very important to them that you could fly the Canadian flag, because it was like nobody was doing it, and so every household was entitled to receive a Canadian flag. So I did.
I remember that.
You remember?
I remember reading about it anyway.
I mean, my father got one. I remember we had a giant Canadian flag at home, and I asked him, where'd that come from? Well, the government's giving them out, So here, yeah. So I'm going to share this. This is what happens if you go to the government website right now to get a Canadian flag.
We can still get free Canadian flags?
That's what it says. So you tell me.
I thought they were symbols of right-wing ideology now.
So what does it? Can you see that?
Oh, sorry. I always have to activate the stream.
So there's two types: the Peace Tower flag or other Parliament Hill flags. They're in various two different sizes.
The waiting period. The waiting period for both Peace Tower and other Parliament Hill flags exceeds 100 years. I hope shipping's free.
They're gonna have to ship it to the gates. I mean, I'll be getting deliveries in heaven from Canada.
That's right. In 100 years, I mean, shipping fees are going to be like $800.
I'm just like, how are they going to find me 100 years from now?
Oh,
I'm pretty sure I'm going to be interdimensional by then.
Yeah. Oh, it'll be shipping will be 800 Canadian bank digital currency.
So yeah, so that's the state of the nation, and of course, I would blame that on the truckers, but honestly, I can't be sure, and I'm just gonna put that little disclaimer that I don't know that they just increased the wait time because of truckers, but it wouldn't surprise me. I thought it was funny though, so.
That is incredible, and that's on the site right now.
That's on the site right now.
Woo!
Yeah, it will take you 100 years.
Dang.
Okay.
So yeah, Ehret's point was really interesting, and then the idea was to make a bulwark against America, and that ever since the revolution in America, Canada has been an active bulwark against America, and has been basically a money laundering operation for the British Empire. Absolutely fascinating. I'm actively hunting down Matthew Ehret right now, and I want him on the show. The guy, I won't have to say a word. He'll just blow our minds. The secret history of Canada is one of the most fascinating stories on earth. We're considered boring and polite, but we're actually a crucial nation in the power structure.
Well, we are considered boring and polite on purpose.
Yes, exactly.
Canada as a peacekeeping nation is such a mythos. It's ridiculous that we lost more soldiers in just World War I than we even have soldiers in our army today. I mean, it's ridiculous to think, and all of the military battles and victories and just it's painful, and the flag situation is even more painful to me because when you change the flag and you rewrite or do not teach the history, and when you're showing pictures of those soldiers, our Canadian soldiers that died, and they died under a different flag, it's very hard to identify with them. Because when you see those bodies and when you see those perceptions, when we see those old clips, a lot of people will see Canadian soldiers and just think they're British soldiers. We were flying people, and that's the other thing, the ensign flag. And I know sometimes I just want to blame Lauren Southern for this, but a lot of people really think that Canadians at some point were actually flying that red ensign. I mean, in Ontario, it's always something like it has always flown because our Ontario flag is very similar to that red ensign flag. But we were flying the British flag. Before the Canadian flag, homes would fly the British flag. The Union Jack was the flag that we would fly. And when we see pictures of the war and we cannot identify Canadian soldiers, that is a crime. When children are learning about, doing Remembrance Day, which should be called Armistice Day, so we remember what we're remembering. So when people are doing, they should be able to at least identify their dead. I mean, it's a crime for me. I mean, so much of what they've done to us it's shameless. But yeah, pet peeve, I guess. But it's important. It's important that you don't miss your own soldiers, or you don't ignore your own sacrifices because of a revisionist history and a different flag. Like I can't. That's beyond the fact that there are people in this country alive today that are over 30, 40 years old and don't know what flag was flying when they were born is sad. We've had our history erased. We've got really off topic. Can you hear me, or did I think I've lost audio? Hello?
I can still hear you, Zaruda. I don't know what happened here, but
okay, sorry. Okay, so maybe we can share this. I guess I want to go back to the democratic issue on the Ukraine side, because a lot of people ask, I guess, why war, right? Why can't there be just a democratic solution to this? Why are we fighting? So yeah. I want to show you a picture of the democratic attempts made by the Ukraine, because it isn't true that that nothing democratic was attempted. So I have here a picture of the referendum, and there were 2 referendums, not just, and again, there was 2 areas that were polled. Here, I'm sorry, I'm still getting used to this sharing thing.
Yeah, there it is.
So this is Sevastopol. This is the area, again, in an area in the east. Okay, and so what happened is 2010, they have an election. 2013, the people are riled up. 2014, we have a coup, and this triggers the Constitution. Russia, who is already in Ukraine. Let me mention this. Russia did not have to roll up on the Ukraine. Russia is leasing and has been leasing for many, many years a naval base in Crimea. So Russia is in the Ukraine.
Yeah.
When the coup happens, Russia who's already all the military that's already down there and is allowed to be in there and is leasing a base, not leasing land or some cars or like, a hangout. It's a naval base, okay? So that means they're leasing space for their army to be in your country. They take control of some of the checkpoints, and I'll give you I'll give you the step by step of what happens in what order. But I just want to show this, which is the voting record. So they have a referendum, and 95.6% want to join Russia.
Right.
Not that they want to just be an independent nation. They want to go home. These are people voting to go home. And there's another one
across
here.
the whole of the Ukraine, or
that was just Sevastopol, and this is Crimea. Okay, so this is Autonomous Republic of Crimea. They vote again to join the Russian Federation. They don't want to be just independent part of Ukraine or protected from the west half of Ukraine. They want to be part of the Russian Federation.
Mm-hmm.
So again, they're Cossacks that were taken over by Bolsheviks, that were handed over to the Nazis, and want to go home. That's the simplest way of putting this whole situation into a nutshell. And the Nazis, like Chrystia Freeland, and the people that she's standing with are still there.
Yeah.
So that's that's the situation we get to. And again, it wasn't a huge jump from 1200s to whatever into 1939. No, it was a partitioning of 1700s, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and Prussia took a piece of Poland, and Russia took a piece of Poland, and Austria took a piece of Poland, which became Hungary, and then that was absorbed or whatever. So, but again, we don't have a Ukraine until 1933, until remember that New York Times article.
Mm-hmm.
So Putin's move into Crimea was just almost universally accepted by the Crimeans.
It was, again, it's like their Article 5.
Yeah.
So that was, and I can't believe that Clinton didn't know that would be the result.
Yeah, of course he did.
In both, especially since they already did this before. So, and especially since we just had Georgia. We know what Russia's response is. We know that when you encourage Georgia to join NATO, that the Georgians rise up and Russia says no. That's what Russia says. Russia's response to NATO is this exactly. Georgia and Ukraine becoming part of NATO is a direct threat to Russia.
Yeah.
That's his response.
Yeah, you were on the last stream that we had when I showed that, I think it was Real Life Lore, the video where they flip the globe and they show that whole valley that you come in from Europe into underneath Belarus, through Ukraine into Russia. And it's this entire flat plain that they have to obsess over. And over the last, 40 years, they've just watched that open up into a much more easily attackable surface area. And now the last bastion of hope for them geographically is Ukraine. And they're talking about joining NATO and the EU and stuff like that. So you can see how Russia's like, whoa, now, easy.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, NATO knows, like I said, Germany even warned them. And it's just, so ideally, probably what you would want is, again, an independent Crimea as a buffer, as the bulwark between the West and Russia.
Ukraine could almost carve out an existence as in Eastern Switzerland.
Yeah, ideally, these two halves have so little in common that they really should never have been joined, obviously. And but the problem is that the East has all the resources, so the West is not going to leave it alone.
Yeah. The East has the resources in what sense?
Oil.
Oh, all the gas, right?
The natural gas.
That all that natural gas is right there.
Some
think
rare
I have-
earth stuff too, right?
And so, and Yanukovych, right? Yanukovych had. Sorry, I have some stuff in here about on Biolabs.
I'm seeing a whole part 2 flashing before
Yeah,
my eyes.
There's a lot. There's a lot here. I'm just trying to see if I have a map of the gas situation there. Yeah, so there's gas here. So
Oh wow!
this is Europe's dependence on Russian gas.
Look at
And
Belarus. Poor Belarus. 100%. I can see why they stick with Russia.
Yeah, 100% use Russian gas. But this is interesting to look at in another way too, because so right now Russia is getting this, having access to that gas, but having a war with Russia, I mean, Poland just entered this war, right? Poland just went to the defense of the Ukraine. Poland is getting 48% of its gas from Russia. I mean, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Finland, these places are all getting 100% gas from
the
Russia.
Baltics too. Yeah. Wow.
Even Slovakia, 100%.
Yeah.
Right? So, even Turkey. I mean, do you know the significance of Turkey getting that much gas from Russia?
Yeah.
This is stabilizing, right? Russia is a stabilizing force. And what's going to happen if we keep being crazy is that we're pushing and that same, like actually not just John, but like all of the professors, you can't be pushing Russia like this, like the bear, with the stick in his eye. What are we doing? We are driving Russia into China, into relations with China. And why would we want that? Why would we need Russia to stabilize Turkey, to stabilize Iran, to stabilize China. We need good relations with China, with Russia.
Yeah. It's truly bizarre.
Like it's so bizarre as to be sinister.
Question for Rinku. Did Putin make a big mistake by not doing this quote-unquote special military operation back in 2014? Ukraine was more fractured, disoriented back then, and no UK/US weapon systems to deal with.
Okay, so I think it's an illusion. I think what we are seeing is an illusion. I don't think what Putin is doing now, Putin has been doing the entire time, which I mean, up till 2022. What happened on February? Okay, so the very first one was also February 22nd. Like the dates are really close and very strangely the same, as to appear planned and premeditated. But I was awake when this war broke out. Okay, I was actually awake. I keep very weird hours, and I was awake, and I saw the news going down. And I feel like this is another. Have you seen this phenomenon where everybody kind of sees something and then it's like global amnesia and everyone just forgets what they just saw? And then they just believing whatever the media tells them they saw. So
I think everybody here feels that way.
What I saw happen was not Russia arming 100,000 troops. I didn't see that. I don't know where everybody was, but I was awake. Okay. And what I saw was Russia sitting from 2014 to this year, waiting for negotiations to happen, protecting the people of Crimea that are being killed by the Nazis. That is a real thing that is going on. And I have seen bodies of children. Okay, so there is something actually going on. There is a genocide. United Nations reported 13,000 deaths in that area, and 4,000 of them were Ukrainian soldiers. Ukrainian meaning Western Ukrainian soldiers. So what were the rest of those deaths that the United Nations is reporting? Something is happening. We're not getting the whole story. Okay, they weren't civilian deaths because they also reported civilian deaths, and that was 3,000. So there there's thousands of people being killed in eastern Ukraine, and nobody cares. And if you do care, apparently you're a warmonger and you're promoting violence.
Right.
But so what I saw was Russia's there, as per usual, since 2014, waiting for somebody to come to the table. And not waiting, because we had 2 agreements, which nobody talks about. We had Minsk I and Minsk II, which incorporated Crimea. Crimea actually became an incorporated state. Nobody talks about this either. That never happened, apparently. Never happened twice. So Crimea is already separated from the Ukraine. Again, we don't know this because we're not being told this. So what I saw was Zelensky took 60,000 troops and started marching them towards Crimea. That's what happened. And then Russia went to the table at home and spoke at home to his Congress, to his version of Congress, and asked, what is Russia supposed to do in response to the fact that 60,000 Western Ukrainian troops are on their way over to Crimea, a nation that has had 2 diplomatic approaches to resolve this conflict and has incorporated itself at this point. And then they voted to defend the Crimeans. And that's what we see, and that's what gets reported, that Russia brought 100,000 troops into Crimea. Russia's already in Crimea. Russia's bringing that, they've had their troops there the entire time. They have troops there regularly. What happened, in my opinion, was Zelensky started a war knowing that he would be backed by Biden. And I think the planning, and this is going to sound ridiculous, but I think the truckers started this. I think we started this war. I think we started this war because we were in the middle of a global freedom movement. And the best thing to get in the way of what we're all doing, Biden marched 30,000. There are 30,000 troops right now in Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. looks like a war zone, and nobody is watching that. Nobody is watching the American people turn their military against their own people because everyone is looking at Ukraine.
Agreed 100%. So I mean, like, these people, WF, globalists, yada yada, they've had tabletop exercises running since the late 80s that run through all of these, and this is just yet another scenario that they've foreseen. Dark Winter, Event 201, several in between. They don't just kind of run through and tell everybody what to do, which would be a simple kind of conspiracy theory kind of thing to do. They run scenarios. So scenario A is everyone's a sheep and they just do as they're told, and then we move on to the next step. Scenario B, you have mass political uprisings and protests that you need to put down. Option A is to have talks with them. Option B is to declare your constitution null and void and put everyone in jail, as we did in Canada. You have a global pandemic. Option A is to run lots of testing and isolate. Option B is to do totalitarian, complete and utter lockdowns like New Zealand had. Each of the zones of the world were test areas. Canada is a test, and there's nothing surprising about what they did. It's all in their tabletop exercises,
Yeah, so, and if you get really good at looking at it, you can see the patterns in different countries. You can see the rhetoric. You can see there's so many. I mean, to the T, where it's not like, oh well, she's kind of doing that, or this leader is kind of doing that, or they will say the exact same lines. They'll make the exact same moves. It is the Communist International.
So in New Zealand, they were watching what would happen if you did complete militaristic lockdowns right off the bat.
Right.
And they were testing the limits of that. In Canada, we went kind of, 3/4 of that way until we had a populist uprising. then they see what happens, how far you can go with the totalitarian anti-measures to that. And we've shown you can go far, especially if you do have complete control of the media. So in America, they're ready for this. I mean, they are.
Can I interject with a warning? There
Yes.
is a quote that people use all the time, and it is 2 steps forward and 1 step back. This quote was Lenin. That's where that quote comes from.
2 steps forward, 1 step back.
Yes,
Really?
it's Lenin, and it's because this is how they do it. It's a strategy.
1 step forward, 2 steps back.
Yeah, that'd be more accurate.
Well, I mean, in a way, yes, but what communists have always been very good at is that small and slow incremental creep, and they never give up. And
the frog boiling.
And all little defeats do not faze them. Yes,
Yeah.
frog in a boiling pot of water.
Yeah. And Peterson was good for pointing that out early on a few years ago, that it's going to be massive overreach and then a sudden pullback. Everybody gets to take a breath.
Yep.
Like right now, I'm watching the party happen on the kind of center right of Twitter and social media. That the mandates are ended and we told you so, and and we're not going to wear masks and enjoy it while you can.
I'm part of
everyone, but
they're
going to come up with a new thing, and it's going to be 10 times worse than masks and shots. It's coming.
Yeah,
this
for sure.
is
I can tell you what they are, but let's stick with one thing at a time. But
we'll try to stay on point. Yeah.
We could be here all night. I can't believe we've been here for 2 hours already.
I know. Just scratching the surface after 2 hours.
Real.
As I said, this is the Chomsky problem. We're trying to broadcast and educate, but boy, have we got a lot to cover because no one else is covering it.
Yeah. And yeah, it's because the overreach and it's a web. It's a complete web.
It is. You have mentioned a couple times tonight the most interesting thing that we've gotten on here in SuperSpreaders, I think, in the last month, has been a reevaluation of the entire East, including China. I speak often of the positivities of Matthew Ehret and his clique, and through his Twitter and him retweeting a post, I found a bizarre Twitter account that actually openly calls for us to drop the hostility towards China and start cooperating with them. How do you feel about that, Zaruda?
Well, I get where that's coming from. It's coming from the same sentiment that right now the West is causing more trouble than they're worth.
Yeah, it's a tough sell because those maybe center right are very aligned against China for great reasons.
Yes,
and I got to directly interact with that account on Twitter, on the SuperSpreaders account. Anyone can go now to SuperSpreaders Twitter and find these discussions with this account. I'll put the handle of that account in the chat in a second. I kept pushing for that's all cool. It's nice to be friends, but what about killing Uyghurs? What about social credit system? What about totalitarianism? And they dodged it. They dodged that a lot.
You have to look at what, and again, Canada's not, a player really, and we don't have an army. We don't have, but
we have diesel submarines.
When we talk about, we really are just talking about what America is going to do and what America should do.
Yeah, true.
Because, and when I mean America, obviously, I mean the U.S. Okay, bye, consumer. Sorry.
Thanks, consumer.
Somebody's dying.
It's too bad your phone died because you've been, it seems
I've been talking too long.
No. It seems
he knows
like
me in real life, so he knows how long I talk.
Okay, so you know who he is? So he seems to be running a bit of a counter narrative. He's kind of with the kind of Russia's
It's okay.
evil kind of narrative. So I
It's
did
okay.
want
I'll
to.
punch him in the arm later. It's fine.
I did want to address his points, but we're moving quickly. So I'm a consumer. If you're catching up on this later, or if you're still on, we weren't ignoring you. I had a couple of your you were up next for questions for Zaruda because you had some counterpoints, and we definitely want to highlight those as well. He seems really stuck on the idea that Russia is invading because of those elections that are supposed to be faulty. Seems like he was really hung up on that.
Yeah. So again, that's the narrative is okay. We want. So I just the argument from that side instead of calling it a narrative. The argument is we want things to be handled in a democratic manner. My argument is you have a democratic election. You had a democratically elected Yanukovych. You had a protest, not just like a trucker protest or even like a Greenpeace protest. These protesters were armed protesters with guns. I do have a slide here that shows the lead up to this. Okay, so this is what led up to the coup. Okay, so Yanukovych is in power, democratically elected. He's been in power now for 3 years. Russia, he is pro-Russian. He wants to get involved. Like he wants to work with Russia. He wants to trade with Russia. He says no to the EU deal. Okay, and then we have large demonstrations. Now, he ran also in 2004, so this is nothing new. It's not like the Ukrainians thought when they voted for Yanukovych the second time that he was going to go into the EU. Okay, this is the second time he's been running. They know his slant and his leaning, and it's always the same people voting for him. We have large demonstrations, and then Putin offers a $15 billion loan, so kind of to make sure that we can help your nation. We will work with your nation.
It's a recurring thing for Ukraine that they are financially screwed, right? They're desperately feeling around to join the EU or Russia, just whoever will give them a decent loan without too many
remember, I don't know if you remember that Trump, that famous quote right before he was talking about how he liked Zelensky because Zelensky told him, said that there was nothing inappropriate on the call, but he said, I never trusted the Ukraine, and I never trusted the fact that we should be giving them money because Ukraine is one of the most corrupt nations in Europe. So it's not
because they're kind of desperate, right?
It's not surprising to me that they're motivated by cash, and $15 billion loan for a little country like that is a lot of money. Anyway.
Yeah.
So that would probably do it anyway.
It was a perfect phone call, though.
But I wouldn't be surprised if most of the corruption is caused by the Clintons, though. I mean, that country is just small enough to be it's not that small, but it's
small enough economically, I guess. They're in horrible trouble. That was the thing I was getting from the Stone documentary, is that Yanukovych is fishing around with the EU and Russia at the same time, and applying for loans with the International Monetary Fund. But the IMF, as always, is demanding horrible demands for the payback terms, like increasing electricity and heating bills to ridiculous amounts. But the very fact that Yanukovych is fishing around to anybody who'll listen. I'll join the EU if you'll give us a whole bunch of money. I'll join Russia if you give us a whole bunch of money. That how desperate their situation was, and probably still is.
I don't want to. I mean, yes and no, but like I do think he ran on on a pro-Russia platform. So I just do want to phrase that.
Yeah,
So-
right, and that's why 2014 happens. But Stone is interviewing him, and they were as well reaching out to the EU. They've got they had a weird meeting with the EU that ended up being really quick and ending early and unsatisfactorily for everyone. But they still went, hoping to get some kind of money or some kind of agreement. Very interesting.
Yeah. And I mean, I think as a leader, you kind of have to do those kind of things. It's like, you know, people are like, well, Putin is part of WEF. Well, yeah, because I mean, it's a world economic forum. It's not like a personal economic forum. So yeah, he's part of the world, right? So,
yes.
But if you look at how he responds to WEF and how he interacts with Klaus Schwab, then you can have a better idea of what he thinks about the World Economic Forum. And these things are not hard to Google and watch. His speeches are there and they're translated into English. They're dubbed on the spot. They're not, you know, it's not like you have to read the whole thing. They have interpreters. You can read this. You can listen to it. I would suggest you do it quickly before they're all scrubbed, but they are there for now.
Yeah.
So this is kind of how it's going down. And again, when we're talking about a protest, when we think about a protest and we're thinking about a protest in our terms, no, we had, again, government officials being mistreated. We had people, and then on January 22nd, we have 2 people die. And there are protesters, like armed protesters. You have street clashes on February 18th, 26 people dead. February 20th, 40 people dead. February 21st, finally, they have a deal worked out for May elections. And it's so bad after that. The next day, Yanukovych has to run away for his life.
Yeah.
So these are
this
not,
installs Zelensky?
No, Yatsenyuk was the next leader. They had put in.
I barely heard of that guy.
I can't forget the name because of the word yuck.
Yeah.
I'm like, you really. Sometimes I just think God has a sense of humor. Like, yeah, Yanukovych or Yatsenyuk. You chose yuck. Okay, fine. But yes, that's what they chose. I'm sorry. I know there are people that are in this world that voted for this man, so I will let them be. But yes.
Sensei King, herbalist. All right, you're in the mood, bro. So then he flees, and that's just what, like a deputy leader that takes over in the meantime?
It's the party. It's the other party that takes over.
The other party takes over.
They physically remove the people they don't want by mistreating them, ousting them physically, having Yanukovych physically flee the country, and then put their party in power.
That's what they'll do in Canada if
but
People's
that's
Party gets in power.
That was democratic. That's what we have to believe. That the East is the ones that are not being democratic by voting and then having a fake referendum where they cheated.
Right.
That's the not democratic part.
Yeah.
And the democratic part is this part where we shoot the people we don't like and we scare them and force them to physically leave parliament.
Oh, sounds like democracy to me. So how does Zelensky get in?
So Zelensky is just a new. This is a further election down the road.
And
so
he's just the new face of the same people.
Zelensky was not put in there by force.
No.
Zelensky is a different generation.
But is he with the party that took over after 2014? Is he a continuation of that?
Yeah, he's not pro-Russian, obviously.
No, but is he a direct continuation of what happened in 2014, or did more happen in between?
I think between I don't think there was anyone between Yanukovych and Zelensky unless it was some small interim something. But
between,
he was officially elected. They had another election.
Understood. But I mean, is he representative of the people that got power in 2014? Is he with them?
As far as I know.
Okay, so that's somewhere we got to look at for part 2.
He's a kid.
Well, he's an actor.
Yes,
Yeah, he's like
He's
Reagan
literally
or
a puppet.
Schwarzenegger.
He's
Yeah,
just think Justin Trudeau part deux. This is
yeah.
Zelensky.
He's like Ukrainian version of good-looking young
Yes,
guy.
absolutely,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah.
So yeah,
And then
that's what
they put armor on him and then parade those pictures around as if he's checking out the troops like a tough guy.
I have seen him with pictures of the Ukrainian flag, like the blue and the yellow with the Nazi swastika in it. I don't know if they're real. I haven't checked them, but
Oh,
it's very scary, kind of very disturbing. But I'm not surprised by it because I've seen pictures of Justin Trudeau and Christina Freeland with these signs. I've seen pictures of John Psaki with the Soviet hat on.
yeah.
What they're hiding in plain sight.
Well, like I said, we've got to remain balanced. I mean,
Wait, we have a nice comment here from Lion Kennedy. He says it was Poroshenko who took over.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then Poroshenko, he represents who? So I'm curious about. You had the 2014 quote unquote American-backed coup, and then what party, what interest is in control, and then what leader comes from that, and then how do we get to Zelensky? Is he still representing fully the 2014 winners, or is it a
fortunately my focus was on the history and what kind of was going on while I was watching this.
That's good. No sweat.
And I'm not like I'm as much as I'm very political. Obviously, we had a lot going on our side of the water.
Tell me about it.
For a lot of years, and I'm very involved, and it's been a lot.
It takes an immense amount of energy and output to keep up with what's going on.
Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But that's where I think people need to have a sense about them of patterns and how these people act and behave. It was day one when I saw the coup and all the media reporting it. It was an immediate red flag. Like it didn't take a day. It didn't take, it was, I've grown up on this area. I've been involved in protests my entire life. And as a child, 5 years old, I was out on the street in front of Henry Morgenthaler's abortion clinic until they made a bubble zone around it and you can protest.
Right.
It was, face to face with feminazis and, yelling profanities at me as a kid. At 11 years old, I got karate chopped in the head by a lady, feminist.
Did they rub their beards on you?
I got hit in the head I got karate chopped by a lesbian at 11 years old.
Haven't we all though? Wow. Yeah. So okay. Good for you. Wow. Yeah. You've grown up pretty awake.
There's a certain way that the left behaves when they're protesting and a certain way that the right behaves when they're protesting.
Yeah.
And I could tell right away this was a left-wing protest, and I was very aware and wary. And the fact that the right-wing media didn't have a problem with it was a problem for me. And again, also with the Arab Spring, I was looking at that and saying, why is all of the media reporting the same thing on the Arab Spring? And it wasn't until, again, Benghazi happens where, they're gun running through Turkey?
Well, here's this constant problem and probably a huge reason why we appear to be losing the culture war is it's difficult for us. If we have an issue with something that's going on, we're going to try to make logic and fact-based arguments. Whereas the other side is just going to scream racist, homophobe until they win. Another great guy that I'm always pumping up to everyone is James Lindsay, who has been doing the work to uncover the roots of the current political left that we have. And he's got it boiled down to one statement: call everything racist until you win.
Right.
And we don't do that on our side because we have an actual moral cause that we are trying to advance. And we have actual fact-based logical reasons behind what we argue. But it's been a hard lesson for me. I've lost relationships and families over this. They will not listen to facts and logic. And it's a weakness that I don't know how we can overcome, because I'm not going to go out and call my political opponents. We've had some trolls in the chat tonight. We had them when I was walking around the streets of Ottawa. I welcome them. I enjoy arguing against my opponents. The other side does not. They want you to be silenced. So I don't know how we get over that moving forward.
And the issue is that rhetoric exists for a reason. It exists because it's a tool, so one doesn't have to argue, or one doesn't have to, use their mind. If you give someone enough rhetoric, they feel like they're informed and they have answers without having to think about it. So that's what the left arms the general population with enough rhetoric that they feel like they're informed. And then when you try and engage, they immediately get discombobulated because they're not informed and they can't answer any of the questions you're asking with the rhetoric they have.
We convince them that a single bullet point is enough for them to be fully informed on life and the entire history of everything that's ever happened. From a single bullet point. Like I say, the fuck Putin chalkboard sign out front of the gay bar is just, that's enough for everyone. One single point is all you need to make for leftoids to crowd around a certain opinion, right? It's tough.
Well, they basically believe whatever they're
smart.
told to.
And in tiny little snippets, tiny little bursts, the one Nazi flag at the Freedom Convoy, the girl that actually didn't even know she was stepping on the unknown soldier. All this stuff is one single thing is just enough, and they're gone. Mm-hmm. They'll grow the entire political opinion just off that. You don't even need to do anything else anymore. Mm-hmm. Whereas for us, I need to know. I spend an entire day trying to find alternative angles of that girl that stepped on the cenotaph. Looking into the Nazi flag. I spent hours trying to look into each of these things. The truckers stealing food from the homeless. I spent hours looking into the connections of that. They don't need to do that.
I mean, before initially, I think they started running with "We were desecrating the cenotaph" before the girl even stood on it. I mean,
were they?
They started with 2 cars being parked on the stairs, and then that was desecration.
And urinating and feces. They love that scat stuff. They really love the scat stuff.
I don't know if you watched the Viva Frey stream where he went in. He physically goes into the Châtellerault to ask the manager if anybody pooped on the bench in there, because that was the story. And the guy was I would know if that happened.
Yeah, we would know if there was human poo. Yeah, all those stories, they really like their scat stuff. The pee and poo is huge here. That's the number one pushback I got from anyone in Ottawa when I talked to them was the pee and poo. And I'm just like, bro, like the trucks actually have bathrooms in them. Yeah. Like, are you serious? Pee and poo?
Yeah. No, it's where
anyway, the overarching thing is that it's a thing that we have to watch out for on our side.
Right. And like when I didn't know, what happened in between Zelensky, I could say it and I could defer. And actually, Lion Kennedy, was it he made another comment about Poroshenko that I was wondering if we could read as well.
Okay,
and again, when we don't know, we can defer to people that know, and we're looking for information. We're not looking for rhetoric.
Right there. There you go.
Thank you.
Billionaire Chocolate. Oh, wow. You tank the economy, Zelensky, a comedian, said he'd fix the nation. God damn. So we got to watch out for Hershey over here. Or Cadbury.
So there's stuff that happens after the coup, and I know we're kind of like, I don't know how long we want to go here, but
let's go for another big point that you were hoping to make tonight. So you take a big inhale and get us to one more step in something that you really wanted to get us across tonight, and then we'll cut it and we'll start planning the electric boogaloo after this.
Okay. Yeah, this is just kind of a breakdown. Maybe I'll just leave it on the screen a second so that we can, like, if somebody rewatches the stream, they can read through it.
Yeah,
So
everyone should know that we're running kind of 20 to 30 live viewers right now, but there will be a good 20 to 40 times the amount of views on this, even by the time it's done. So lots of people are going to see this.
Yeah, the only thing I want to mention on this slide is this, basically, that March 18th, 2014, there was an incorporation of Crimea. That actually happened. So it is, Russia is, and again, even John Mearsheimer said the same thing. He's like, no one is getting Crimea back. It's gone.
Right.
I don't know what they think they're doing, but it's gone. And so Zelensky marching 60,000 troops over there, that was an act of aggression. That was what triggered this war, not Russia.
Okay, so Crimea was, it's safest to think of Crimea was just Russian. It was just gone. Yeah.
It's an incorporated entity.
Yeah.
So again, I don't know if anybody's seen this online. This is a map of places that are being hit. This is U.S. biolabs in Ukraine.
Oh.
I'm just going to go.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait. Show us that again. Holy crap.
Yeah.
What?
So this is what, so this, and this is not, I would love to say this is conspiracy theory, but it's not. I can show you from U.S. sources.
Is that Biden?
This is, yeah. That's a meme version of it here, where
we're gonna put the missiles and the bombs right there.
So this is Putin's statement on that. Putin tells Trump, we're burning the trash. That's this year. Biolaboratories destroyed.
Wow.
Okay. So that's from now. Of course, when he says it, nobody cares because it's Putin and it's just rhetoric and there's no biolabs. Okay. With war between Russia and Ukrainian government, the utmost skepticism is necessary about new claims of wrongdoings. Security Service firmly deny claims alleging the biolabs are tied to bad aims. And the U.S. Embassy in Ukraine further argued the claim about biolabs from posts like above is part of disinformation designed to place the U.S. and its relations with Ukraine in a bad light. Biolabs in Ukraine are necessary to prevent deadly outbreaks. So there are biolabs. It's not a conspiracy theory. Now, whether you believe they're there for nefarious purposes or not, they are there. And apparently it looks like Russia and Putin says that they're burning the trash.
It could be those nice biolabs that, that everyone wants.
If it was the nice biolabs, they probably wouldn't be trying to cover them up. So I came across basically an article about how a hospital had been hit, and then so I just Googled the address of the area, went on Google, physically looked it up with a friend who may or may not be on the stream, and we found that it was not a hospital, but it was a university, and they were saying that it was a psychology department. When you try to Google the name of this hospital, there was an article about the psychology faculty and something they were doing. And so that was the only article that was coming up on Google. Like, that was the first thing you would see. So if you don't know Ukrainian or you don't know Russian, you could believe the narrative that this was what that was. And basically I Googled it in Russian instead of Ukrainian and came up with the university page and the description of what it was. And you can see this is the chairman. He's a candidate of biological sciences, associate professor. So there's another one there, also head of laboratory. So they're lying. They're not telling us the whole story.
Wow. So that's like a Russian Zexi Lee.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So This is a CIA document. I've been doing a lot of research, so, but yeah, so there's that. And then there's this. This is the other conspiracy theory thing that's going on. This is a picture of Alexander Zarashenko, and he was, and I say was because he was murdered, and I say murdered because he died 2 different ways, which doesn't make sense. So he was the leader of the separatist-backed republic, and this is an article from The Guardian. This article is published on August 31st of it was I could look at my Discord. I know the year, but basically on the same day, The Guardian publishes 2 articles on this man's death. In this article, he's been killed in a blast that tore through a cafe. In this article, hang on. This is more about the territory. Hang on, maybe I have the other. Sorry, it doesn't scroll when it's zoomed in. Let me find the other article. They're very similar. Here we go. Zoom in here. You see what that says down there in the red? Yeah.
Carbone.
Zoom in there. There you go. Yeah. Car
So
bomb.
same man is killed twice on the same day in two different accidents.
Conspiracy alert! Conspiracy alert!
So and what they're saying in this article is that he was killed by Putin because he wasn't dependable enough. So he's replaced by a man named Pushkin, and but the one article that The Guardian runs with is that he's killed by the Russians, and the other article is that he's accidentally killed in a cafe bomb. Anyway,
so in the previous story, who is blamed for his death? Same people, or
no. So it looks like they're rejoicing the fact that they got him in the one article, and the other article looks like it was an inside job.
Evil Russian shit.
Yeah.
Right.
Isn't it possible that the car was parked outside the cafe, though? I mean, that's plausible.
It doesn't. Neither article links in any way like that, though.
Right.
Russell 3380. I heard he just bought the car from Hillary. Instead of take a moment there.
No,
and Michael Lorette, just going to interrupt. Michael Lorette, I think maybe in the interim, while we're waiting for part 2 from Zaruda, I think we should have you on, buddy. You are spouting some stuff. You're a knowledgeable man. You might be crazy, but you also might be very knowledgeable. So let's talk, brother. Well, okay, sorry. Go on, Zaruda.
No, that's a good thing what he just mentioned about the Jews in the West, and what I find that I find a lot that the Nazis did work with Jews to get other Jews. So Soros, for example, even as a child, George Soros was going into Jewish families' homes and catching Jews with his Jewish father. So these were Jews that were on the side of the Nazis.
Zaruda, we're going to have to save that for part 5 after we're banned from YouTube and we're exclusively on BitChute. But I know where you're going. Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is he's finding a similar trend here going on in the West, where although the Nazis are controlling the West, they are still working with Jews in the West.
Yeah, very much a that which cannot be said kind of thing. There's a deep history that's involved with that, and we sure as hell can't talk about it. I'm in Ontario, in Canada, and it's actually illegal to talk about most of those things. But we can go there. We'll just have to wait until we're banned from YouTube entirely. We would like to enjoy maybe 6 months of YouTube partnership. We've just reapplied. We can have super chats for maybe 6 months, and then we can move everything over to Rumble, and then we'll have that talk. Yeah, but Michael, connect with us, man. We're on Twitter, SuperSpreaders. I think you seem like a guy who's got a lot to tell us. Holy crap, man! Look at this. The Beneviste de la Calavera. of the Knights. Yeah, man. Holy crap. So maybe you're our next person to
Knights Templar.
educate us. Okay, go on, Zaruda. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's fine, and I'm glad for the.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. So again, just as a final, I think that just to address the quote unquote conspiracy theories, that we have to just do your research. Just if you hear something weird, just try and do some research. You may be surprised what you can find online. We have the world at our fingertips. So please, if I can encourage anybody in this situation, if you don't trust what I'm saying, do some research. I don't want you to trust me. I want you to do your research. I will continue. I'm not, just because there's a history here doesn't mean that it can't go south very quickly. And just because Putin doesn't right now have intentions of that might be imperialist or might whatever, it doesn't mean that he can be triggered, and doesn't mean that, I mean, they're poking him in the eye. So can we go into World War III? Can he take Kyiv? Can this get worse? Yeah, of course, absolutely, it can get worse. And if we keep supporting it and keep ramping up the rhetoric, we're not going to make it any better. So less rhetoric, and maybe let's focus on the U.S. a little more.
So do you ultimately think then the reason why Russia started this war was because of those troops being sent to Crimea? Is that ultimately?
Yeah, and again, I wouldn't classify that as Russia starting the war. I would classify that as Ukraine started the war.
No, obviously, fair enough, right? All right. Do we have anything else to say on that topic before we wrap up?
I think that's good, unless we want to stay here till midnight. I think that's good. If I could answer any questions if anyone has any more questions, but I'm not. I mean, I hope I've covered everything.
So how much? Like I'm personally seeing so much. Like what the media is showing and what I'm seeing online, it seems to be two different things. What do you think is actually going on in Ukraine as far as the military operation goes?
I think, okay, so I asked a friend on the phone, well, what would you do? What would you do if you were in that situation? If you were Putin, and if you're charged with making sure, okay, let's not say Putin, let's say you're Stephen Harper. You just got Canada back from Trudeau, and Ontario is in this situation with Quebec. What would you do? Strategy would be very, very quickly to make sure that any military action is put down. So you go in there. If France has any, ships on the whatever you do, just kind of try as quickly as you can to eliminate any kind of attack, any room for attack, any ability for attack, and then get them to a situation where they have to come to the table for negotiation.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that, I mean, if you see right now, according to the news that I've read today, Putin has stopped. Actually, he's not fighting right now. He had a small ceasefire so that the people of Mariupol could get out, because they're on a seaport, and he wants it evacuated so nobody gets hurt. So, I mean,
I saw a headline that they're conferencing. Zelensky and Putin are conferencing right now.
And that is the goal, right?
Yeah.
The goal is negotiation.
Yeah.
Peace through strength.
Yeah. And set up some borders that are probably what he wanted. He wants borders and rules, and he's forcing everyone's hand to get some rules on the table now.
And like I said, there have been tables. Like, Putin is continually going to the table. It's the other people that are picking up the war. Like, they're arming civilians. And again, okay, can we go back to Budapest Agreement, where basically Ukraine was disarmed by the Clintons. They went in, the EU has disarmed. Like, if these people, civilians, were like Americans, where they all had weapons, or like the Swiss. I mean, the Swiss were able to fight off Hitler. Why was Swiss neutral? Why did Hitler not invade Switzerland? Because every man in Switzerland was armed. That was what saved Switzerland. That's why we know it as a neutral nation. It's because they were all armed. So Hitler avoided them.
Switzerland knows what the fuck is going on. That all of their bridges into the country are set with explosives. Everyone's armed. All the bridges can be exploded from a central location. That's how serious Switzerland is.
Right.
I think Ukraine, their best position would to become that.
Well, everybody's best position is to become that. Basically, if you as a people can defend your nation, that's a very good situation to be in. That's the idea behind peace through strength. If you're strong, nobody will mess with you, and then we'll have world peace.
Yeah. And from what I'm seeing for the last anywhere from, depends how you define it, 10 to 40 years, Ukraine has been weak. They've been kind of at the doorstep begging for money. And this is what you get out of trying to create a nation, but they don't have an internal strength. And so they're begging for money.
Purposely weakened by the West. They have been purposely weakened with this in mind. And I think it's sinister. I don't even think it's democratic. I think it's in the name of democracy, and it's in the name of peace, and it's in the name of all these things, but I think it's sinister.
Do you think it's a solution to further balkanize the area? Should Ukraine turn into 4 countries? Would that be a good solution?
I think if the West can respect the East's wanting to incorporate and be their own federation, I think it would be fine. Do I think it's going to happen? I'm not sure. It depends on what the globalists want, right? And they seem to want World War III.
They do. Yeah. My question to you, though, is should each of these regions that you defined, the East, West, and the North, South, that ended up kind of by accident in the area that's called Ukraine, would a sensible solution be for them to just become separate countries? Should they continue to pursue even the farce that is Ukraine?
Well, so people should be allowed to decide for that. I did listen to the PPC candidate Andrew Povich in Whitby. He was talking about Hungary, which is that part of the bottom on the west side, and it's kind of like an attachment to the bottom of the west, southwest. That they are not in favor of this. That would be a very small nation. I'm not sure if it could even possibly.
Yeah, that's the problem, right?
Yeah. So, and whether Hungary wants it back, or whether they really want to go to Hungary, or they're okay, or they identify as, with the Eastern Ukrainians, or it's complicated, and I have no skin in the game.
Yeah.
I have family. I have extended family that's from the area, but I really don't have skin in the game.
Yeah.
So,
that's interesting. I saw someone chat that before, and it's been my idea too. It's whenever you try to force these tribes together, it just seems hopeless. Eventually they're going to break apart again because they're tribes. They just don't see eye to eye. They're not going to get it.
And I don't think they were trying to force them together to be together. I think they were just trying to hand over the resources in Crimea to their friends.
Well, yeah, you can go over the map over 600 years and just see how that zone of the planet was just given back and forth to whichever emperor won the latest war.
Well, yeah, the funny, I think the worst part, the Hungarian part, is pretty sad, because it was like Hungary took this piece out of Poland, and Maria Theresa was she was. So this is 1772, and Maria Theresa is the emperor, basically, of Austria-Hungary, and she sees Poland being split apart by Prussia and Russia, and she's like, "This is good. This is a bad idea. Like, we really shouldn't be doing this to Poland." And her Prussia is run by her son Friedrich, and he kind of convinces her that no, it's good. It'll help Austria and whatever. But the reason why this is good to look at, especially 1772, is because we realized that these were just family members, right? This was like the ruling class was kind of very much related and very kind of divvying out stuff and doing. They weren't warring in the same way that we
No,
wore
war was very
China.
different until, the
Yeah.
150 years ago. It was a little bit more of a chess game, kind of Habsburgs, Holy Roman Empire. You meet on the field and line up very officially, and eventually someone kind of loses, and then you cede a certain amount of territory. And that's
A
what
lot of
a
people
lot of
say it's
Ukraine
just a
was.
bunch
That
of
they're like,
cousins. It was just a bunch of feuds between cousins, or like the
right,
Russians were cousins with the British, and
right, which is
we
what
have
I'm
some of the
saying.
tiaras from the Russian princesses in the
Yeah,
in
you
Buckingham
might end
Palace.
up with part of what's called Ukraine now in Poland for 100 years because the Habsburgs lost, or you might end up with it in a different chunk because the Holy Roman Empire won. Just absolutely bizarre, which is why it leads to what you said, that many people who live there don't even feel that the country exists.
Hmm.
Yeah, so I'm not sure. Should it be increased micronationalism as much as Yugoslavia ended up being what, 5 countries, 4 countries? Should that be what Ukraine leads towards? Maybe this is something for part 3, return of the Zaruda,
Hmm.
that we can deal with in the future.
Yeah, sure. Again,
Yeah.
bringing up the same point we brought up at the very, very beginning of the show about Kiev. Kiev was the capital of Russia since from 800 to
So it's this bizarre circle that's just taken 1,000 years to come back around. Absolutely wild.
Yeah.
Well, it was nice to be able to at least talk about this in an environment that I'm not, people aren't
Yeah, you're not
trying to
worried
tear
about
you apart for.
getting jumped on.
Yeah.
Well, that is what Rain and I made this channel for. Like, there needs to be more people that are clear-headed and looking for actual truth, that at least have some kind of broadcast medium. And the convoy exploded us. We'd already been going for almost a year. It exploded us, and we actually can reach a few people now. And we just want to keep on doing this so that we don't feel like we're insane. I mean, I don't feel I'm insane, but a few times a day, I feel like I might be going insane just because everybody else just seems to have these ridiculous ideas that are based on non-facts. And so it's good. It's good. Thank you very much, Zaruda.
Thanks, Ruda.
Thank you. Thank you
Yeah.
for having me.
So
Appreciate the
let's
opportunity.
call this, and then let's both of us spend some time. We'll rewatch this, and let's refine a part 2. Let's have you back on and continue this, because we got some of the base deep stuff, and I'm sure there's a lot more that you wanted to go on. You probably have 20 photos you didn't even use tonight.
Well, I think just the future. We have stuff unfolding all the time. We might have to do a show on what the heck is going on right
We'll
now.
have to update, but there was a good 3 or 4 moments tonight where we got on to just a simple question led into a giant side stream that we could probably do a whole night on.
Mhm.
So, part 2, I think, is wonderfully inevitable. No.
Thank you. And
Yeah.
again, I would also like to be able to talk some more about Canadian history, because I think that for your audience is probably way more relevant.
Well, I think so. We got to keep that Canadian thing going. But as we said before, I think Canada is far more important to the global scheme of things than people realize. And I think knowing more about it reveals a whole new universe. We're so inextricably linked with the City of London and the Crown and Wall Street in ways that most people have no idea about it, and that's very much on purpose.
Yeah, well, watching Ukraine, it's like you see people that know who they are. They
Yeah.
know they have a culture. They love Mother Russia because they feel like they identify with a certain culture,
Which is
not
fine.
just a borderline. And Canadians, I think, are losing that because we're losing the ability to identify because we can't remember who we are.
Well, we're
a lot
50
of our
years of
history.
official multiculturalism, which
Yeah.
started as a nice idea of welcoming
Pierre
everyone.
Trudeau.
Yep.
He was the minister of multiculturalism.
Yep.
That was the first communist.
That's right.
First communist ministry in Canada was that ministry.
And it takes advantage of everyone's wonderful ideal, which is we're not going to bother anybody because they're from a different culture. But it ends up being into you wake up one day and your culture doesn't mean anything anymore, which is a real consequence that we have to face.
Yeah.
Yeah. Excellent. All right. So,
All right.
Zaruda, we're going to call it a night
Sure.
on you. And I think you just get ready prepping part 2. You got to come back. That was fantastic. We learned so much tonight.
Yeah, lots of information for sure.
Incredible.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you.
Incredible.
Thank you, engineer.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So we're going to say goodnight to Zaruda, and then we'll do a little bit of good nighting with the chat. Thank you, Zaruda.
Thanks,
Have a
Ruda.
good night. Bye.
Have a good night.
And we're going to catch up. We got to talk to Michael here. Bro, you've just been bombing us in chat. You're like a knowledge machine. If you're the only thing is you scare me a little bit. Like I'm worried that if we have you on, you're like the kind of guy who's like have so much information, you're not going to make sense. You're gonna be like the Doc Brown kind of guy. But you really should connect with us. You can message us anywhere. We're SuperSpreaders on Twitter, YouTube, comments. Just give us some way to interact with you. And you've got some deep shit going on. So we might need to talk to you.
Our email's probably in the stream somewhere too, isn't it?
We don't get emails, no. So I mean, he's got to interact with us with some kind of clickable. Ooh. Oh, sorry about that. That was the demon coming out.
The special.
Yeah, that was the special coming out. So yeah, Michael, you just been blasting us with more information than we can handle. So I'd like to see if maybe we can make a show out of you. You're something else.
The other Jay's in the house.
Yeah, other Jay.
Yeah. I've been
What's going
listening.
on, man? You're on the pleather.
That might actually be real leather.
Oh shit! Is it Corinthian?
No.
You ever read? Like I read an article where they said that they made that up. There's no such thing as rich Corinthian leather.
Oh, really?
No. Excellent.
Yeah. If I can find it, I'll post it.
Oh,
So wow, that really was fucking incredible. So that was exactly what I was hoping for. Someone that is deeply involved and has been involved for decades longer than we have, telling us what the fuck is going on there, and it's nothing like what they're telling us. Shocker!
Yeah, that was a lot of information to take in. Holy.
It was. And as she said, you know, what I love to hear when someone's presenting a bunch of information is, don't believe me. So
Yeah.
great, don't believe her. Everyone watching this video, go Google the fuck out of everything she told us.
So what was it she said ultimately that they sent, what was it, 30 or 40,000 troops into Crimea? That was recently?
That Russia did?
No, not Russia. Well, I guess I'm assuming Ukraine was from within Ukraine.
I'm not sure, man.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. We're all trying to keep up real time. Plus, I'm trying to run chat, so I might have missed something. But you're saying that after Russia took Crimea, then Ukraine went in?
No, this is why Russia ultimately went to war, was because
Yeah.
it was a whole bunch of troops sent to Crimea to kill people, I guess, or whatever they were
And
doing.
Crimea is a weird little island that's just sitting south, but it's a giant seaport on, is that the Black Sea? Crimea's on?
I mean,
Forgive me
Yeah,
for my
it's
geographical ignorance.
Black Sea, I think. Yeah,
I
Baltic
think it's
Sea
the Black
islands.
Sea, and Crimea is just this little island that sits super south of all of Ukraine, and it's strategic as fuck. But knowing that, Ukraine filled the canal that supplies all the fresh water to Crimea. So Crimea is fucked for water.
Right.
Yeah. And it's like shit like this that you don't even think about when these fucking like CBC's trying to tell you, oh, Putin's a Nazi and stuff. You don't think about these little tiny details in geostrategic stuff that's going on. Like Crimea is being starved of water because Ukraine and Crimea used to both be part of the USSR. So the USSR was happy as shit to build a whole new free water delivery system based off of canals in the Ukraine to Crimea. But once Russia took over Crimea, Ukraine filled the canals with cement. And there's no fresh water coming to Crimea now. They're at 7% on their reservoirs for water in Crimea.
Wow.
Yeah. It's like shit. And hey, wow, let's look that up on CBC. Let's look that up on NBC and see who's reporting on that tiny little detail in the Crimean conflict. Nobody. Yeah. Thanks, guys, for all the context, you fucking assholes.
Yeah.
And they're like hashtag anti-media. Why do people hate us so much? We're just trying to report. Russell 3380, much love to Canadian truckers, what they brought to light. Never thought it would start there. Agreed. That we're in Canada, in Ottawa, like starting a movement around the world is fucking fantastic. Super checks, good stream. Thanks a lot for coming by, Super checks. Russell, good night, folks. Amazing tonight. Usually we see numbers in around the 20s for concurrent viewers. We've usually got 10 to 20, 30 times that in views. But everyone stuck around for Zaruda's information tonight, which is fantastic. Michael Lorette, I'm on Facebook sometimes. I try to avoid social media. Tell me about it, brother. They all like to ban me for sharing government websites, documents, and calling out BS and malinformation. Malinformation. Yeah, man. Well, shit, man. Whatever you're on, find us. Maybe we should talk, bro. The happy-go-lucky Jewish group that connects Trump and Putin. April 9th, 2017. Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, to build a set of close, overlapping relationships in a small world that intersects on Chabad. What the fuck is Chabad? Okay, man. Like, we got to talk to you, bro. Chabad.
You're getting like more truth out of. So I find on my Twitter feed, I actually get a lot more. Maybe it's the people that I follow, but
yeah,
get more unfiltered stuff. And my Facebook has been so filtered lately. I don't get anything other than like.
Agreed. You know, for all the amount that it's high profile that Twitter censors, dissenting opinions. I think they filter the high profile ones, but generally speaking, I agree with you. Like, Twitter is a good place to go to connect with people that think the same way until they get too many likes.
Yeah.
Then they'll fuck them, right? Which is us to a T. We've got everyone. I've got an announcement. I'm gonna do a share screen here.
Things on there. You can't get me now.
We're in the final moments, and we're working on date to
Wow, his sound went crazy.
His announcement was ended.
I ended him.
They heard you. They said, "Not today."
Not today. Yeah. 1 second, guys. So what's new the other day?
Nothing really.
No.
Doing a remix.
And drop that bomb.
No, not much. Just working on the house.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing too exciting. Just, waiting for spring, summer.
Yeah. Are you doing? There's still some people protesting. There was another protest
Yeah, well,
today.
so in Ottawa, obviously, like there's protesters that are still in jail that haven't been released and whatnot. But what I find very strange is there's actually a lot of protests happening outside of Ottawa in different cities, and it's not coming up on my Facebook anymore. But I do hear it like from other people and stuff, and from Instagram and like Twitter. But Facebook's got like a radio silence on all of it.
What happened with all the cars the trucks that were taken? Did any of them get their trucks back, or they still a lot impounded, or what's going on with that?
Yeah, I think I heard that people are going back and getting them from impound. I don't think they kept very many.
No, they kind of got sabotaged though too. They parked them with all the windows open and all the stuff on, so batteries were dead, and they filled up with snow.
Yeah,
I saw that.
Yeah, I saw footage of that a few times. They just left them as is as they pulled them in, so they work on most of them to get them running. But for the most part, I believe they were all released.
Have you been back downtown at all? Is it all open now, or they still have barricades up in places? Or
I haven't been downtown in
the highways.
Oh no, we went to the hockey game.
Yeah, that was fine.
But it was a bit of a pain in the ass to get there. It was worse, obviously, after the cops took over and they barricaded everything. It was worse than like when the truckers were there. When the truckers were there, it was actually pretty easy to get around downtown and stuff. And then the cops were like fucking check blocks, military style, everywhere. It was crazy.
Are you following the U.S. convoy much at all, or no?
Not really. Kind of hard to find the information.
There's not a lot out there, eh? I've seen like the odd video on YouTube, but not much.
No.
Yeah.
I get the odd little rumor of somebody you'll catch a post where it's there's 35 miles of trucks coming out of whatever.
You really have to search it out, and that's why I say Twitter for me is a little bit better. Like it's not as censored, just I think because of the people that I follow. But
Again.
No, not quite yet.
Should we send a car to go check on him?
We are close by. Don't tell anyone we're close by. We'll be next.
Yeah, I can be there in 25 minutes. Is that you guys have a safe word set up?
Is that what it is? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. His computer it kind of semi blew up the other day. He's got a new one coming, but
yeah. Aging out as well. It's now at the point where I can't really update anything. It's 10 years, so still works good. Just can't fit all the new stuff on it.
Right.
Hey man, I was noticing behind you earlier, like in your patio window. Do you guys have snow there or no?
A little bit.
Back there?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Like 4 or 5 feet.
Oh, okay. It looked like there was no snow, and I was like, how does he not have any snow? Like,
oh no,
there's snow here, and I'm like way further south, but yeah.
Lots of snow. We got probably, I think we set records this year actually for snow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be fun to watch that melt in the spring, see what happens to the rivers.
Oh, they're already opening.
Oh my god, today was so nice. Like it was like winter's over all of a sudden. It was I mean, there's still a shit ton of snow and stuff, but
yeah, well, you guys should be headed into spring here pretty quick.
Yeah.
Right? Getting warmer.
I think the high for tomorrow is 12.
Yeah.
But it's been 20 for the last little bit.
Well, I'm not used to that either because I lived in like Edmonton for so long that it's, March is not really spring. Like you're still going to get really cold weather.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like
go back to some comments here for a little bit.
Yeah.
Bill again, Department of Homeland Security, February 18th, 22. Today, CISA released a new CISA Insights titled Preparing for and Mitigating Foreign Influence Operations Targeting Critical Infrastructure. Okay, crazy. Michael again is charged with building national resilience to MDM and foreign influence activities. And people laughing about the pew, pew, pew. Choo-choo train, most are in bad shape. Also, lots of info in the U.S. They're staying in Hagerstown, MD, another night, so I hear. So where are they heading? They're supposed to be heading to D.C. or Washington, D.C., or are they going somewhere else? Where exactly are they supposed to wind up at?
I don't know the answer to
I
that.
think
It's
they are
unclear.
going to DC, aren't they? I think they're going to Washington.
I've heard all kinds of things. Like it was supposed to be, oh, we're going to show up at the Super Bowl. Didn't really hear much about that. Oh, we're going to DC. We're going to be around for the State of the Union address. Don't think that happened. I honestly have no idea anymore where they're going.
Yeah, well, if any of it did happen, the media certainly didn't cover any of it.
No.
And that could be what's going on. It could just be a blackout.
Like every now and then. Long too.
Zaruda was saying that apparently there's a whole bunch of 30,000 National Guard or military or something deployed in DC right now.
Really?
Yeah.
They roll in?
Where's the footage, like the Facebook footage, like from the Canadian convoy in the US? How come I'm not seeing this?
Well, I guess we don't know many Americans, maybe. But still, yeah, like when they were coming through Canada, we saw it just on live streams. Like we saw it everywhere.
Yeah, I know Laura Lynn, I think, is down there. I saw a couple short videos from her. Or I didn't watch them, but I saw that they were released there. So yeah, I'm gonna have to check it out. Is engineer back? We got the
Holy crap, man! Jeez. What is the date today? Okay, 5 more days. I get my new iMac. Holy crap! I can't handle this. This is just brutal.
The noise it was making was awesome.
Oh, all I was trying to do was share a picture, and then it destroys everything. Like, oh my god! But this is this is 10 years ago Mac OS because my studio Mac broke down. Thanks for everyone for sticking with us, especially Sharon O'Neill. You're just a kind-hearted spirit. I've seen I saw the truckers. They're in Hagerstown, Maryland. I've been out there many times when I lived in Bethesda, Maryland. So they're close. They're getting into DC. But then Zaruda was saying that it's all military lockdown.
Yeah.
And it will, that's the whole point, was that Canada is just a test ground. So in the States, they're ready. They're going to lock it down. They're not going to cover it. They're going to show 1 or 3
because I can't see
Nazi flags or something, and they'll dismiss the entire movement, and then they'll militarily just get rid of them. We've already proven that it works. Canada was a testing ground.
Crazy.
Yeah, Russell's saying Travel Fund was down there streaming today. That's true. I did see that. I saw it on YouTube.
Yeah, he's driven down from Toronto. Good for him. I'd love to do the same. I'd love that. But that he's already got enough subs that pays for his ticket and hotel stay.
Yeah.
So good for him. I'd love to do the same. I'd love to go down there. I'd get to go back to Washington, D.C. I'd get to look at my old fucking high school friends. That'd be great.
Yeah.
Stop the drama change, Marve. Now we need drama though. If you want a YouTube channel, you need drama.
Yeah. Tell to get subs. Drama.
That's right. You need a protagonist, you need an antagonist.
Or a loop and a good beat, apparently.
Yeah.
Whoops.
A good intro engineer would be that if we can get that fall from grace thing from years ago. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
So
we got to change that. Like, because everybody's waking up to StreamYard. Everybody's using that same intro. Nah, we got to have our own. Nah, we're pros. We're musicians. We got to have our own.
Yeah. Just change out the arrowheads for the Super Spreaders logo. Have it like moving in a circle.
Yeah, Super Spreaders logo, some original music that we own, because we badass musicians. We can do this. Yeah. All right, so I think we're going to close down the official version of the stream tonight, and we're going to start planning for part 2 from Zaruda. The next up is Deanna McLeod, a statistical analyst that is with the Corona Care Alliance that published the incredibly gone viral shared study that proves that the entire Pfizer study was a complete fucking joke. She presented it at the coronavirus grand jury on Gettr, and you guys have to see it. Go find Gettr. Go find Deanna McLeod. It's spelled just like Connor McLeod of the Clan McLeod from Highlander. And there can be only one. And we're going to have her on. She's agreed to come on the show, and we're going to interview her, and we're going to find out exactly how fucked up that Pfizer initial test was. And I watched the grand jury. Rain watched the grand jury. Mrs. Other J, did you guys watch that grand jury?
No.
You have to. You have to. Gettr, Rumble. They're on their 7th day, and that's the 7th day of 5 hours of testimony from experts. And Deanna McLeod is one of them, and she's with the Canadian group, COVID Care Alliance, that exploded how shitty the Pfizer test was.
Yeah, I heard it was really bad.
Yes, and she has agreed formally to come on our channel and be interviewed.
That's awesome.
And that is really awesome. I can't wait, because she's a statistician. So while I saw her presentation on the grand jury, Rain saw it as well. Both of us were like, there were plenty of moments where we'd be like, wait, hold on a minute. What does that mean? Where it's like statistical shit, or what is a control and what is this? That we feel that on the coronavirus grand jury, she was limited to 20 minutes, but she can come on our show. We can talk for 3 hours as we have tonight. So we feel we can ask her questions. That's going to be fantastic. We're looking at about the 16th or 17th of March. We're going to have her on. She's agreed to come on. We just got to pick a night. Can't wait, everyone. I mean, you think we had our minds blown tonight. Just wait until we can ask about this coronavirus fucking Pfizer shit. Jesus.
I took the freaking vaccine. Like, I'm scared, honestly.
I know. Well,
watch it.
I know. I almost don't want to be there. I wish I had like an artificial intelligence me that could just ask the questions. Because I'm going to be so shattered by asking her this stuff. But I mean, they destroy it. It's actually that committee, the Corona Care Alliance. They're the biggest group that gave us that kind of talking point where it's not, you don't have 95% efficacy. That's the relative value. The absolute benefit you have from getting the vaccine is like 0.7%, because you already have a 99.97 chance of not dying from it. Having a 95% increase on that is only like 0.03%.
I heard getting the vaccine, like on that study, I heard it was actually a 3% mortality rate, and COVID is less than 1%. So
Well, that is exactly why we want to have Deanna on, and we're going to be able to ask her real time all these little kind of nitpicky questions that the coronavirus grand jury did a great job of it, but they were still pressed for time. If she comes onto our stream, we won't have any time limitations. We can be like, what does that mean? What does that percentage mean? What does it mean? What do you mean by control? How did they invalidate the control? We can ask all these questions. And everyone in chat, you'll have to pay to ask questions next week because we're going to be YouTube partners. Allison, OMG, Allison always shows up right at the end. I bet, Allison, when we get married, you're going to show up like right before the priest says.
Is that Allison from before? Hi,
Yeah, yeah.
He's just going to show up for the dinner afterwards.
That's right. Yeah. We're already going to be married, and she's just going to show up at the dinner. She heard there's a free buffet. Hugs to you too, Allison. Good to see you, girl. So rewatch tonight. Oh my God, Zaruda took us to school. Well, I'm drinking Polish vodka tonight too. I actually tried to find Russian vodka, but you know what the funny thing is? You get all these like leftists on Twitter that are like, "I'm not buying Russian vodka. Fuck you." But you like you look at the what's a Stolichnaya or Smirnoff. You look at the back and it's like made in Ontario.
Yeah, southern.
I mean, they've been pouring it out from the LCBO where they already paid for it. Like,
Yeah, you fucking idiots.
This is dumb.
Yeah. We're on Rumble, are we?
Oh, man.
Sharon was asking if we're on Rumble. I think we are on Rumble, aren't we?
We are deeply on Rumble. Rumble is the best integration. Everything we do shows up immediately on Rumble. The moment this live stream ends, it will be on Rumble as a fully watchable video. And we need to get everyone over there because I'm telling you, the next live stream we have planned with Deanna McLeod from COVID Care Alliance, my God. I mean, pretty much the moment I say COVID, we're going to get a strike. So we've had our warning strike. And the next one will be an actual strike, and we won't be able to post anything for a week. So, I mean, it's coming. So, I mean, this girl's going to come on, and they banned her alliance, they've banned everything, but it's the best detailed analysis of the Pfizer tests that have been done to date. So, we're going to take a shit.
Can't we do what like Medicare and iHippocrates do and like do the stream and then just delete it instantly after it's done?
Well, right. We'll have to do something kind of like that.
Yeah.
We're going to have to get our Rumble live stream going, I think, and we're just going to have to increasingly push everyone towards the alt media. It's just a matter of time. I mean, the fact that they gave us that first strike on that live stream where I was just walking around talking about various COVID stuff, none of it was outrageous. And all of it was based off of studies that are not controversial, but they still gave us that first warning. Next one will be a full strike.
I'm not even sure how you can prove medical misinformation. Like if you're not a doctor or a scientist or if you're just an average person like we are, how could our opinion be possibly medical misinformation?
Well, that's always the issue, right? So I mean, like I'm on social media or Twitter, I'm having an argument about something or other, and the left is always like, source, did you go to college? Are you an epidemiologist? And I'm always like, are you? You're not.
Yeah.
So what the fuck? I'm not an epidemiologist, nor are you. So fuck off. Can we move on to the actual facts that I've found? Because you're not an epidemiologist. I'm not an epidemiologist. Let's go. We got to make decisions. I got to wear a mask or not wear a mask based off of what I found out. Who cares what the fucking PhD you have is?
No, not exactly.
Plus, I'll share 1,000 links of PhDs that argue what I'm saying. So anyway, but we know it. We have Deanna McLeod on from COVID Care Alliance. We're going to get nuked from orbit. Yeah,
good.
we're gonna get nuked from orbit.
That's
Yeah.
been our goal from day one.
Yeah. Well, it has. So just a matter of time, right?
Right.
But I want like a month of super chats. Come on, man.
Yeah.
And and a month of channeling people into Rumble so that we can.
Well, there's got to be a way to do it live on YouTube, and funnel it to Rumble and Bitchute and wherever else.
Yeah.
But we delete the YouTube one immediately when it's done.
Yes. Yeah. Rumble, it would just been resisting because viewership was only at a certain level, and they're like $30 or $40 a month just to stream on Rumble. So just kind of like we're just putting that off. But I think we got to commit and build Rumble as a base because people get great viewership on Rumble.
Yep.
Yeah. We just got to get there.
Even Bitchute just takes time.
Just takes time, and it's like a tenth of the time. Merve, Sharon O'Neill, yes, already subscribed. Sharon, you are the hardcore. Everybody can find us on any of these alt media at SuperSpreaders. It's basically SuperSpreaders anywhere, everywhere, all day, all night. Just find us there and get subscribed so that we're safe. Allison Cole, you're making me jealous of a salty cracker. I don't want to hear about him anymore. It's making me like violently jealous.
What?
Okay, yeah, and many other people that we like. They'll do the YouTube portion of the stream. That's all censored, and they'll talk about the C word and the U word and call it a jab or whatever. And then you shut that down. Then you switch over to Rumble, and then you can just talk about whatever you want.
Yeah, we're not going to have that luxury with Deanna, though. I mean, he's not going to do that, and I wouldn't expect her to.
The luxury with,
well, saying different words for the stuff she's talking about. I mean, she's
yeah,
she's going to say in vaccination and vaccines, and well, she says inoculations. She calls it an inoculation. So
yeah, I mean, I think like we'll get on with her and we'll talk through some of that language stuff. But at the end of the day, we're going to get a strike. We're going to get a fucking strike. And that'll be the first strike will be a week. We won't be able to upload anything. We won't be able to live stream for a week. And when we have Deanna McLeod on, like we are going to get fucked. I mean, just that idiot crap that I talked with people while I was walking around Ottawa got us banned. That's crazy. Yeah. She's going to come on and tell us that actual scientific data. And yeah, it's gonna be rough.
Nobody's talking about the Pfizer stuff right now. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, well, Putin cured COVID. Didn't you hear?
I did.
Yeah.
All we needed was Russian intervention, and it's all over. Fuck the masks. Fuck social distancing. We just needed Putin.
Yeah.
Allison, you're my favorite. Of course, I'm your girl. Ah, if I was your girlfriend, Allison. YouTube censors way too much. They do. The idea that censorship is necessary, it's alien to kind of the centrist, rightist, libertarian viewpoint. And as I said when Zaruda was on, it's a weak point for the right. We're always going to kind of lose to these people in that we don't want censorship. All the people that I follow welcome the insane voice of the left. It's just that we hope that logic and facts will win, but they won't. The left don't even see facts.
I think that was their plan from day one, whether it's YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, all of them.
To take over language.
To ultimately control the narrative.
Yeah.
Get enough people addicted to these platforms, and then flip the switch, and boom,
we can have as much facts and logic behind our arguments as we want, but it's just the language doesn't even make any sense anymore.
Wow.
Allison Cole, what's this strange relationship? Chip. Bitchute, Gab, Meway. I don't know what Meway is. We're on Bitchute. Gab, we're not on. Gab's problem is they don't have a phone app. I don't know what Mue is.
Jigsaw Al.
Eh,
Oh, AI.
Al.
Jigsaw Al. Jigsaw
The
AI.
future of Al.
The future of Al. Oh, Al.
Can we tell an owl from a human?
Al.
YouTube has been suppressing the truth from people about masks since 2020 and manipulating search results ever since for your pleasure. I did mask is the craziest one. It's the most emblematic, the most pervasive, the most disgusting of all the mandates.
Mhm.
You know, even the vaccines don't quite compare. They're a flag you can wave publicly. You can bother someone as you pass them. What is it? Last week I was at my Rexall drugstore, walking around, and I'm not being a fucking good boy. I got my fucking mask up, but my goatee, as you can see from my icon, my goatee keeps dragging the mask down. And I go to line up, and right there is a girl stocking the shelves that works there. She's like, can you pull the mask up over your nose? And I'm like, bitch, you've got days until there's no mandates anymore. You might want to practice maybe loosening up a bit, maybe not alienating and attacking your customers in your store. You've got days of this left. Like maybe work it into your routine with your self-affirmations and yoga in the morning. I will not bug people over mask positioning. I will not bug people over mask. You know, like you have days of this left. Like, let it go. No, there are some people that are still they're deriving pleasure and joy from writing you about your behavior. And today,
I thought the mask mandate was already over in Ontario.
No, not in Ontario. No, Ford won't quite go to the mask yet. And I was walking home from the liquor store with my backpack full of the Polish vodka I'm enjoying right now. And you see this all the time in Ottawa where you have to go, did I just see what I thought I saw? I was walking east and a girl's coming west towards me just outside of the liquor store. And she flips around completely backwards and walks backwards for 20 steps till she's behind me. And then I look behind me and she flipped around. So she thinks she's going to get COVID from facing me while we're passing outside in the street.
Oh my
She probably held her
God.
breath too, man.
Dude, you know it. You know she held her breath.
Already. Who fucking
When you understand that the fear has been integrated that far into people's lives, that's how we've gotten to where we are. Yeah. And now those same people are like, fuck Putin, fucking Ukraine. Yeah. Like, just see how easily motivated these people are.
Those same people are going to keep wearing masks and following all the mandates even once
forever.
Businesses here that have already said they're keeping the mask mandate.
Yep. It's going to be divided. And restaurants, it's going to be like, I'll go to a place that doesn't ask for masks, or I won't go to a place that does ask for masks.
Well, even today,
yeah.
Party, and they had to wear masks inside at the party, and I was like, and I looked at her, I was like, I didn't bring a mask.
It's insane.
I was like,
it's insane. And meanwhile, like I'm doing part-time shifts at a fucking restaurant where they don't ask us for vaccines or masks at all.
Stupid anyway.
Enjoy coming to the restaurant, but everyone that cooked your food tonight is a filthy, unvaccinated, unmasked gorilla. Enjoy your food.
Achoo.
Achoo, yeah. Russell 3380, LOL, no mask here forever. This week I went to Walmart, didn't see one mask. I stood in the parking lot looking for them, didn't see one. Where are you? You're in America.
Where?
You're in a red state, bro.
Yeah.
That is not Canada.
Yeah, no. Well,
Michael Lorette.
Our mandate's going away on the 18th.
Yeah, but I mean, like, even like I'm in Ottawa. If they got rid of the mandates, first of all, there would be this fucking uprising, and like Zexi Lee would sue Doug Ford to have double masks and stuff.
No.
Michael Arrett, the conditions of debility, dependency, and dread, DDD. Oh, we got an acronym. So we're like DDD, produce hyper responsiveness, impairment of symbolic processes, and disorganization of the self concept. Michael, do you have a like a cork board with pictures on them, and you have strings on pins, and you connected? Do you have that? Like, you actually sound a little bit like that,
I want to see it.
which would be cool. Like, I'm not making fun of you. I want to have you on the show, bro, but I'm worried you're a little bit like, maybe like a little bit gone. Zaruda, go girl, Allison. I can't wait for you to rewatch the show tonight. Zaruda took us to school. She was excellent, and it was just we realized quickly it's just a part one. There's going to be a part two, and it'll be way better than Last Jedi. Zaruda is still here. I refuse to act like a crazy person because the world has gone crazy. I won't even wear a scarf for the cold anymore. You can function without letting them take your dignity. Not going to wear a mask. I wish I was in your world, Zaruda. I'm in Ottawa. I still put the motherfucker on just so that no one bothers me.
I saw a guy at the dollar store the other day, though. He came in without a mask, and he looked me in the eyes, like, waiting for me to say something. Like, smile, and he smiled back and went about his day.
Yeah, and I know, like, for my corner store where I got my cigarettes, I know that, like, they fucking know me. I just, like, wave at them, and they're like, 2 packs of export fine, king size, Mr. Guy. They love me. So if I go in and I pull my mask down, they're not going to bother me at all. When the truckers were here, and there's even videos up on our YouTube channel, when the truckers arrived, of me for the first time going into my corner store to buy cigarettes in 2 years, where I didn't put my mask on. It was great. They didn't bother me. You know, at the end of the day, most businesses know this. They just want your business. It's called a business for a reason. But at the same time, it's the moments in between where you're passing those fucking idiots on the street. I've been leaving my apartment with my mask down a bit. I remember once I went out and realized I'd forgotten something, immediately turned back, re-entered my apartment building just to pass a guy that was coming out the door, and he like mumbled underneath his mask, "Put a fucking mask on."
Yeah, you're ground zero. I wouldn't want to be.
I am ground NDP.
Yeah.
I am like ground zero of a land that thinks that Justin Trudeau is a right-wing conservative.
Well, people mumbled stuff at the hockey game we were at,
Yeah.
and I didn't notice because I honestly I don't pay attention. I just do my thing. But like we sat down, we were eating, we took our masks off. I didn't put my mask back on for the hockey game. I did notice the usher came down and turned around. I mean, you couldn't not notice because he turned around. It was like with his mask sign, and I just was like,
They have a mask sign.
mask on,
Oh, yeah.
like
They have a masks up like icon.
Yeah, they have a little placard that they walk around with.
God.
yeah.
Oh my God. That's just like.
He didn't show it to me. He shook it at me, and I was just like,
Oh God, that's disgusting.
I'm not doing that. It's so stupid. Like, I'm sitting in my seat. When I get up and I walk around, I'll definitely put my mask on or whatever. But like,
That's when it's so hateful. It's just like we're gonna come up with these like icons that we can flash to people. Put your mask on. Like, oh God.
I heard a girl after I left say something, and she went to that same young guy and was kind of bitching. Honestly, if I didn't have my kids with me, I would have said something. But because she goes back to this 18-year-old who's making no money, and bitches said, I didn't have my mask on. And I'm like, why don't you say it to me? Like, you're saying it to this, you know, he can't do anything about it. Like, he flashed a sign at me. I didn't put my mask on. But whatever. I had my kids, so I didn't make a scene. But it's just.
Well, that's it.
You just
You know, this is what as I was saying earlier, what the left always has on the right is that the left is willing to be rude and illogical. where the right is looking to be polite and logical. It's tough. Like, how do we win this? Because everybody's just like, yeah, I'm wearing my mask, I'm showing my belief in saving my grandma and stuff, and all these people not wearing masks are racist assholes that kill their grandmothers.
Well, we all thought that at the beginning, but it's not even true anymore. Like, we know that that's not saving anyone. So, like, it's not.
But they don't know that, and they won't read that. Like, I get in Twitter flame arguments with people who are still quoting me figures from a year and a half ago.
Ugh.
Oh, 99% of everyone in ICUs is unvaccinated. Oh, really? Have you been on this thing called the internet in the last 3 months?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. Allison, do you have to be brave enough to not wear the mask and act like it's natural because it is natural to not wear a mask over your face? Yeah, it depends on your situation. I'm in Ottawa. Like, you have no idea what Ottawa's like. It's like being in Moscow in like 1977. And I always come back to The Untouchables with Kevin Costner and Sean Connery. If you're going to be, a good conservative and be for the rule of law, the rule is wear a mask. So, I mean, it's the rule. I hate it, but it's the rule. So I do wear a mask when I have to in certain stores and bullshit like that.
Do you have SEMA police in Ottawa or no?
Have I seen the police?
No, do you have SEMA police in Ottawa?
What's SEMA?
Well, they're the enforcers that go around and give you tickets if you're not wearing your mask.
No.
Yeah, well, we have those up here.
They don't. I don't think they're needed here. Like the people here will do that on their own. They got like the Rexall employees.
We have crews of those guys up here. I mean, that's
really.
Oh yeah, that's all they do is go around store to store randomly and start.
Well, that's probably because the actual populace won't do it. Here in Ottawa, the populace will police each other.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of sheeps watching the sheep. We'll do it.
People are just dying to say something to you here about.
Just can't wait to virtue signal. Like, just can't wait. Like I said, the Rexall employee, like the Premier of Ontario, based off of the science of his health minister, has gotten rid of all the mandates except for the masks. But that girl at the Rexall is still holding on to that mask thing. Pull it up over your nose. Are you fucking kidding me? You think like if I pull it up over my nose, then you're preventing, I'm like patient 0 now or something, and you're preventing a new outbreak? But she believes that. She's insane.
Drool out the bottom of it and see if she has an aneurysm.
Yeah, right? I mean, like, Jesus God, it's absolutely crazy.
My mom said they're going nuts in New Brunswick because they dropped all the mandates and everyone's all concerned that they're not going to wear masks.
It's insane. It's insane. So, like, on Twitter, you can see all the reactions, and it's from these, like, medical doctors that have thousands of followers, which as Canadians, that's like having tens of thousands of followers as an American, that people are hanging on their every word. And they're like, Doug Ford is putting us all in danger. And the only acceptable response is more lockdowns, more masks, more mandates. Anybody that suggests anything to the contrary. That moment that they caught with Doug Ford in Ontario at a press conference where he like kind of opened up and he's like, look, we're all sick of this shit. And we found out that the vaccines don't even stop transmission. So we're getting close to the end. Liberal Twitter went nuts, accusing him of spreading "quote unquote" misinformation.
Yeah.
Which is like, what the fuck? The only acceptable responses are more lockdowns, more masks, more vaccines. Anything other than that now has been funneled down to misinformation. Yeah.
Can't even. Well, that's
just madness.
part of what we said. Like already like a year or two ago when we first started our channel. I mean, remember how I'd talk about how it's like these people are almost like cherry picking the data, like they're not even listening to what they're being told.
Not anymore at all, and nor is Google, or Facebook. So as I'm saying, the only things that are acceptable to put into print are more lockdowns, more masks, more vaccines.
Like what's medical misinformation about Justin Trudeau being triple vaxxed and catching COVID?
I don't think they're going to be able to do more.
How is that medical misinformation? It's the truth.
Well, it's become a meme now. Now it's a meme. But I'm so grateful that I'm vaccinated, triple vaxxed, and I caught COVID. But I'm so grateful that I got the vaccination because it could have been so much worse. Right? Ignoring the 24,000 deaths in the VAERS system in America. Archangel, we didn't. We're all dead. Well, that would explain a lot.
Yeah.
Going at once over here.
What's up, Other Jay?
Govern me harder, Daddy.
Listen, man.
All the iPads and everything on the table turned on at the same time beside me. It was like, uh-oh.
Oh, it's Tim Cook's. Tim Cook's checking in on you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like you're part of a unapproved stream.
Wonder if the Galaxy tab in the bedroom came on too.
No, the Galaxy will be fine. It's only the Apple products.
It takes about 5 minutes to turn itself on anyway, so.
So yeah, Sharon O'Neill, it seems like there's a mass mental illness going on, the mass formation psychosis. I think Robert Malone's hit it on the head.
Yeah.
Of a mass fucking psychosis. And this, in the future, they'll be like, oh, okay, this is how Canada became a national socialist, literal Nazi state, is because of this psychosis.
All right, except there's no future. So
But the Freedom Convoy was going to save us from.
Yeah, well, as Zaruda showed us, the convoy was predicted and probably used to create the situation that we're in right now. They were ready for it. It's hard not to get black pilled. I'm trying. I try to stay white pilled. I'm like gray pilled right now.
Like charcoal leaning gray?
Yeah. It's a dark charcoal, but it's a gray. I still feel like we can get together and stop this, but it's close. It's getting close.
Some of the people that I really like that I feel like are on our side, though, are now trying to ban any kind of Russian television. And I don't like that because any kind of censorship I feel like is bad. I like
I agree with you 100%. Everyone should just take in every input possible and find out what holds up to the disinfectant of sunlight. When you're saying you're finding people they're sticking too close to the narrative.
And well, honestly, the conservatives are also wanting to ban like Russian TV.
Yeah.
And I mean, really disappointing. Like really disappointing.
You saw after the first few days, even in America, Fox News was very counter narrative, but now a week later, they're really falling in line, and Putin's a despot. He's a Hitlerian despot, and he's evil and stuff. There's only so much we can expect from any media company that has a budget. Honestly,
should never censor any of them because the truth is somewhere in the middle. Like there's always obviously West has their side and the has their side, but you can. I mean,
when you guys had your camera off earlier, you still heard Zaruda giving her shit. I mean, it's like 1,200 years of history we need to deal with before we can even talk about this stuff. It's insane.
Yeah.
Yet they're trying to just break it down to Putin's a megalomaniacal asshole. And
well, also like the people seem like it came from out of nowhere, but Canada was in the Ukraine trading Ukrainians because Russia was on the border for many, many years prior to this, like prior to COVID. So it's just, I don't know. It's kind of ironic.
I know. Buffering. Good to see you, Buffering. I think what we need to do is do our like primetime stream, and then we got to switch over to a like a Subscribe Star or Patreon stream later, where we talk totally uncensored and it gets broadcast onto Rumble instead of here, because all the cool kids show up super late at night.
Yeah.
Buffering and Allison Cole. What you need, honey? I got you. We got this. I agree. What I need is some funk guitar over a big on the one kick drum. Can you deliver? Ahoy, matey. Take America back from Israel. Oh, your username is a statement. Michael Lorette, Genetic Warfare. Michael, have you connected with us on Twitter? Have you connected with us somewhere? We got to talk, bro.
Well,
Even if you're totally bonkers, I want to interview you. You're just like an information overload.
Oops, I was muted.
Allison, I heard you guys can protest Russia now in Canada, but you better not bounce in a bouncy house. That's correct. By bouncy castle, I presume you mean homophobic, Islamophobic training center.
Can you protest Russia in a bounty castle?
you cannot.
Russia is a bouncy castle.
If you want
Really,
to
when you look at it,
lefties,
Buffering, you are the cool kids. Correct. Not sure I can live uncensored anymore. It's been a while. Yeah, well, you know what we have to do is we got to build up our shit on YouTube, because the viewership is insane here. But we have to funnel towards Rumble. I think especially Rumble. Rumble entered the game smart, and they built their own infrastructure. It's going to take a hell of a fucking onslaught to shut down Rumble. So I think that's where we need to go. If future live streams, I think we need to get them out on Rumble while we're doing YouTube and stuff. Because, I mean, just next, we're looking at the 16th or 17th for Deanna McLeod from the COVID Care Alliance. They're going to strike the fuck out of us.
I mean, people are follow too. People don't want to be censored. Like, everyone, even since this freedom convoy came here, even my parents and like relatives of mine were shocked at how censored they were on their Facebook feed. So they don't trust it anymore. They just want an alternative.
It's insane. The one that we got a strike for already, I was able to answer. I just went through it. They don't tell you. You just said that you broke the rules on COVID. So I went through the entire video. There were many of our followers that helped me find moments where I said COVID shit. And I backed it all up with links to mainstream ass studies and articles, not even weird, Daily Wire shit, actual studies, everything that I said, and they just, fuck you. The video's gone.
Crazy.
Yeah.
You're a drummer? Allison, you play drums?
Censored.
No.
No wonder you like Prince.
But
He would always hire a girl drummer first. Got you on that bass drum, girl. Yeah, holy shit. On the one. Like a housequake. Jump up on the one. Now you're having fun. Michael Lorette, kill-proofing the soldier environmental threats anticipation capitalized and U.S. military biomedical armor programs. Focus on, bro, like, fuck. Are you nuts or are you really cool? Like, I'm trying to figure you out, Michael.
Episodes down the road.
I know. He's like, he's put it all together, or he's like, or there's something, or there's Dane Bramage.
almost 3 years on Rumble, man. Has Rumble been around for 3 years? Crazy.
Yeah.
Oh,
So I think they have the best shot at taking over, at least for the meantime, because their big thing is that they bought the pipeline. They don't rely on Amazon or other servers that can shut them down. But their front end sucks. Like, you can't even look at your view history. You can't look at videos that you just watched. You can't look at the front end sucks. They need to fix that because YouTube is incredibly useful. Everybody, I was like, hey, what was I watching yesterday? And it was like 3 p.m, and I want to share that with Rain. I can go into my YouTube history and just look, and then, oh, there's that video. Great. And I'll share that out. Rumble has none of that.
No.
Housequake. Dude, the New World Order took Prince out. I know it. Yeah, they filled him full of fucking opioids for his bad back that he got from jumping off fucking amp stacks for 20 years. I hate to say it, but I feel Prince probably killed himself.
What? No.
I don't think they took him out. He was pretty woke. I mean, like he had a couple for BLM. He had BLM songs and stuff. I don't think they needed to kill him. I think Prince got addicted to painkillers, and it led to him dying in an elevator.
Bad. Like it wasn't like someone tried to kill him.
No, I don't think so. I think like Michael Jackson, such physical performance for 30 years took a toll in the body. They got addicted to painkillers, horrible relationship with sleep.
That's what I mean.
And creativity, and they just fell into a horrible addiction with painkillers. And once your painkiller needs to be an opioid, you're probably gonna overdose at some point unless somebody steps in. Well, hey, not to make a downer moment, everybody. Come on, hey! Not to be too downer. Yeah, all right then. Prince died of opioid addiction. All right, everybody, come on.
Overdose.
I put on a Prince song right now to feel better, but we'll get copyright strike.
Hours again.
Yeah, you can't.
No, I think Prince was not in the club, Allison. What do you mean? Yeah, Tom Petty. I mean, there's no shortage of people dying from opioids, of the creative mindset, and they get over their middle 40s. You just have to imagine that bodily pain is a huge thing. Allison, we got to get married first before you get a divorce. I mean, can't put the cart before the horse.
I want to be at the wedding.
You be at the wedding, and you'll be the one that when we call for someone that knows why we shouldn't get married, you should speak up.
No, I would never.
Well, they met on YouTube. It's all based on conspiracy theories. Yeah, no, I think they're just creative types in their mid 40s, 50s. Especially they did physical performances. They're renowned for that. They had no choice. They started to increasingly take painkillers just to keep their shows going for a few more years. But they're a trap. Like fentanyl is a fucking trap.
I think famous people are very lonely though, with a lot of
Exactly that too, right? So I mean, what a horrible spiral you end up in.
Yeah, they're not true friends. And
Yeah. How do you know who your friends are?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
your true friends will tell you when you're being an asshole, but when you're for rich and stuff.
Yeah, it's like, hey Prince, don't jump off the amp stack anymore. You're 45 years old. You'd say, fuck up. So yeah, it's a tough thing. I think most of the thing is guys trying to like get rid of the pain as they get older. Then you get into fentanyl, and I mean, like, Jesus Christ, good luck.
Yeah.
Once you're on fentanyl, good luck to you.
Well, I think sometimes that takes people out by surprise that were not even, it's just in other drugs or whatever that they weren't expecting.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I think Prince, like, died in his elevator because just so far gone and took a couple too many things. And
how do you think Bob Saget died?
Bob Saget?
Yeah.
Jesus. I don't know. I've been seeing a lot of headlines about that, but what could possibly Bob Saget be into?
I
They're
don't
like, okay, we know the real conspiracy behind the global world order. Make sure Bob Saget knows.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't quite ring true.
Saget just had his booster like 3 days before he died.
Yeah, right. So that's far more likely than any kind of.
Blood clot, pass out, smash your skull.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
they went overboard on talking about.
Well, he had a head injury, right?
third.
Yeah. Well, that's what they said.
I don't know enough about it. I know.
Well,
Well,
R.I.P. Bob Saget.
They're still talking about it. Like I just saw another article like just a day ago or 2 days ago.
Yeah, I'm seeing shit everywhere.
But they're going way out of their way
yeah, but I don't understand
to try to
like
convince everybody that it wasn't the vaccine, that it was something else. Like,
Yeah, Allison, I'm kind of with you. Like, it was super like not into getting high, and guys that are at that kind of genius level generally don't do a lot of drugs. They generally don't need to. But then again, you can see it. Like the guy was just the most ridiculous physical performer until the transition into kind of the 2005 era. And you didn't see him jump off stacks. You didn't see him do the splits. It was more about his guitar playing and stuff. So I figure he probably hurt himself badly one of those nights, and then started to get into the painkillers. But then again, the Killuminati could have just killed him. I'm totally open to all the above.
what the Illuminati.
Yeah,
The
but I know there's a era of Prince jumping off the fucking 10-foot amps and doing the splits and then playing a guitar solo. There's an era after that, and he didn't do that at all. And I think he had a bad night, and he fucking damn near broke his back, and he probably spent the next 12 years on painkillers, just like Michael Jackson. Exactly the same thing as Michael Jackson. There's a reason that the guy couldn't dance like that anymore after a certain period, is that you can only do that while you're young, and you take one wrong twist and your back's gone. And I think that's probably what happened to both of them.
I think it's
But it could have been the Swiss as well, right? The Swiss killed him,
The Swiss always.
and they built the pyramids, and they killed him.
Designed his anti-gravity shoes. Built
Yeah, that's right. And he failed to make payments on them.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, I have to go do things. You guys have to take over for a second.
oh, all right.
Highlight those chats. Keep it lively. I'll be back in a second.
Where are we in the chats? I don't even know.
I know people.
Lots of
I
stuff's
just
been
got-
going by. It's fun.
Where did he leave off? I don't know.
I always forget, like halfway in, that we're not just on a Zoom call.
What's that?
I forget, like halfway in, we're not just on a Zoom call.
Oh, just on a Zoom call. Yeah.
Actually, people watching this.
Prince did not even drink for years. I do not believe it. Yeah, well, that's what I'm wondering too. Like, it's hard to get a word in edgewise with engineer, but I mean, Prince could have been in pain, and he may have injured himself doing all the stuff on his shows. But I mean, so do athletes and all kinds of other people. And there's things called surgeries. Maybe you've heard of them. Like, I don't know. I'm not sure I buy it. Like, it's possible, but I mean, at the same time, there's lots of ways to
Like, kill them something, or
well, there's lots of ways. No, there's lots of ways to fight pain if you're actually in pain. You know, you don't have to go to fentanyl. I mean, granted, if you're rich, like he was, maybe that'd just be an easy out. I don't know, but yeah, I don't know. I'm always suspicious of all these deaths, to be honest.
Yeah. Addiction's a weird thing too, man.
What's that?
An addiction's a weird thing too. If it started as a prescribed painkiller and then just escalated, wouldn't be the first time.
I don't think there's a conspiracy there. I think it's just a tragedy, really. I think it happened, but I don't think it's a conspiracy. Michael Jackson either. Like, maybe his physicians shouldn't have prescribed him as much like pain meds or sleeping meds as like what he took. But at the end of the day, he's the one who took too many.
Yeah. Well, with Jackson, and there's been a lot of incidences like this. It's the coincidences that surround, like when you get deaths like that. Like it was just a week or two before he died, maybe it was a month or two. I don't know if you guys saw it or not, but he came out and basically said he was going to expose a whole bunch of shit inside. I think it was Sony and other stuff, like, you know, like Illuminati stuff. Like he was.
Oh, like you mean he wasn't the only pervert? Because everyone knew like he was.
That's possible. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. You know, but either way, I mean, so I mean, somebody comes out and says something like that. You know, like it was the same thing with. I think there was a substantial amount of evidence to suggest that both Chester Bennington and Chris Cornell were going to come out and expose pedal rings in America. Like they had something in the works, like a documentary or something that they were working on. And then what do you know? Both of them end up killing themselves, like within a month of that, right? So, you know, you see stuff like that, and you're like, I don't know, you know, like it certainly, to me, it makes you question it. I think, you know.
Yeah. Too many coincidences
like
all the time.
So I didn't actually even know that till right now, because I was just like, Michael Jackson like died and Prince died. Like there was no connection for me. It was just like not looking, you know, or not being aware.
Mm-hmm. Coffee talk. What we got here? Oh, Michael's back. We now have the technology to develop vaccines that spread like disease. Self-disseminating vaccines could be a revolution in technology for reducing the threat of disease.
Michael Lorette is just a fountain of information.
It's on fire.
Yeah, on fire. Allison.
The convoy that is still happening, and even across Canada is still happening. There's like nothing on my Facebook or my Instagram. Like it's all being taken down as soon as it's going up. It's crazy.
What are you saying? You put stuff up and it goes down?
No, but there are still convoys going on in Toronto, like all around, like in America, but it's not on Facebook or on Instagram because they're taking it down.
Yeah, it's like the zero zone. So
like I did get taken down a little bit, but like when I was doing live, when it was actually happening in Ottawa, at least when I was doing live, people could see it. Posts that I put up afterwards did get taken down.
They're smart in realizing that there's restraint is basically the best weapon. Just don't report on what's actually happening, for the most part, is the best way to go about it. Lincoln Park Cornell had help. You know what? I've been wanting to create a super thread on all the really cool musicians who have somehow died by autoerotic asphyxiation. Like, what the fuck is that? Chris Cornell, In Excess, what's his name? Michael Hutchins.
Yeah.
Anthony Bourdain. All these guys supposedly hung themselves while masturbating in a hotel room. You fucking kidding me? And there was one of the Rockefeller clan. Same fucking thing. Are you kidding me?
Are we really missing out on something here?
That's what I think. I think it's like if you fuck up and you go across the narrative too much, then you're gonna end up being found in a hotel room, and they're gonna put on the news that you were doing autoerotic asphyxiation because you're a pervert. Yeah. Lincoln Park, Cornell, yeah, exactly.
Man got injured at work. His doctor prescribed pain pills. The guy got addicted to them. Yeah, that's a common story, though.
It's weird. It's like it's enough to do a little show on. Maybe that'll be the next video. I don't know. Autoerotic asphyxiation, Illuminati death.
I don't know that wasn't Cornell. I don't think it was autoerotic.
That was like it was involved in the story. It was yeah, at first. Like it might be disproved by now.
I thought he just hung himself. I didn't hear the autoerotic part.
I heard it was like hung himself from like a bathroom doorknob, like the usual thing. And the actor too. Who was the actor?
Carradine.
Carradine.
Carradine, yeah, Carradine.
Yeah, Carradine. Same thing. Hung himself with a fucking tie, like in the bathroom, and it's like, what? Why does everybody do this all of a sudden? Why is it these certain people? And I wonder if it's maybe like actual awake people who become millionaires. Maybe they join like the club of good guys fighting against the globalists. And then what do you know? They all end up fucking hanged doing autoerotic asphyxiation in their hotel rooms.
But how is Prince and Michael Jackson involved in that?
What?
Well, they're all fentanyl.
I'm back there.
Fentanyl and drug addictions and
Yeah, it's all a convenient like commonality death. It's not messy like real life. It's like you either were jerking off in the hotel room with a tie around your neck, or you were on fentanyl and you overdosed. It's kind of convenient, you know.
Well,
Sharon O'Neill, Robin Williams, how did he die?
same thing. That was also suicide of some sort, apparently. Allegedly.
Suicide with drugs?
I think it was hanging. I think he hung himself too. Didn't he?
Yeah, like Allison's saying, smear the person, destroy their character. That you end up with a character assassination built in to the death.
I think
And you have to wonder if these people were all kind of in a good secret society.
Before he died.
What's that about? What?
Some people
What
just
was that?
killed. Yeah, like Robin Williams. I don't remember him being smeared before he died. I think that was a shock to everyone. Like it seemed like he was so happy, and then he killed himself, which is quite common of comedians because they're always very sad, and they cover it with comedy. I don't think that was any kind of conspiracy.
Yeah,
some
so
are.
Cornell,
Yeah.
here we go. The singer was found with an exercise band around his neck and blood running from his mouth. Well, his death was ruled a suicide by hangings.
That's what
Fans began to suspect foul play. So he's on the road. He's in a hotel room. He hangs himself from some kind of short, impossible distance. You're in a hotel room. There isn't 12 feet to jump from a gallows and hang yourself. And anyone that is dying, I don't care how much you want to die. Once you are asphyxiating, you are going to find any method possible to stop yourself from dying. And if it's in a 10-foot hotel room, all you need to do is stand up. You know? So is it Carradine, Bourdain, Cornell, the Lincoln Park guy, fucking who else? All of these guys, and they're trying to go with this autoerotic asphyxiation thing. All you need to do is straighten your legs, and you're not going to die from hanging.
I don't see the conspiracy in this. I think these are just all artists who sometimes are tragic beings.
Well, my conspiracy comes in the details, the scientific details of their death. Everyone that even decides that they want to die, your actions will be overridden by the fact that you are dying. So even in that moment where you're like, okay, I'm doing it, I'm going to die. But once you're starved of breath, you will do anything in your power to regain the breath. And if all you need to do is stand up, change your angle of attack, you're not going to die. I mean? It's just human nature. It's just...
I do.
Yeah, it's not like shooting yourself or taking an overdose.
Yes,
Like
if you
that.
take an overdose, you'll fall asleep and you'll stop breathing, and that's fine. But hanging yourself, and there are unlimited amounts of testimonies online of people who've tried this.
A reflex to fight. I agree with that. I don't see the conspiracy in all of these artists dying. Like I don't think all of them were killed, or I'm not convinced yet.
I hadn't made that claim yet. I'd only made the claim that their deaths have a commonality and they're bizarre in that. But I don't have evidence to say who did it.
Robin Williams, for example, I'm not because I know even personally, just in my small town, a comedian who killed himself, because I just know people who are comedians are often the saddest people.
Yeah, I would agree with you 100%. They're actually insufferable people.
Yeah.
I can't stand comedians.
And so that death didn't surprise me, but I wasn't looking for any conspiracy theories anyway.
Nor was I until we had that sudden rash of, it was like 1, 2, 3, 4, and
Yeah.
they're all just hanging themselves off of doorknobs and shit. Or like, what? Like, as I said before, that's all fine. But at the moment of death, the reason that most suicides don't work out is that if you are awake at all, you will suddenly fight against it and you will regain your breath, you will regain your life, you will fight literally to the death to get your life back, even despite your intentions to die. So the fact that Michael Hutchence, Anthony Bourdain, Chris Cornell, what's his name from Linkin Park, all this shit,
Chester.
they all hung themselves off of fucking doorknobs when all you have to do is straighten your legs and the problem is solved. I'm not trying to sell you on some giant conspiracy because I don't have proof of that. What I'm saying is it's all fucking bizarre because none of those deaths makes any sense. Stand up and you're alive. Release the tension on the necktie around your neck and you're suddenly alive. The only way to kill someone through hanging is through a gallows, where they have no recompense. You're now floating 10 feet above the ground, and now you're hanging until you're dead. If you have the ability to stand up and release the tension, you're alive. There's no two ways about it. You will survive. So that's what I find weird about it. But I don't have an overarching conspiracy for it, but it is bizarre.
No, well, okay. If you get choked out, like if I get choked out, tapped out UFC style, like rear naked choke,
Yeah.
there is no regaining from that. You go from, oh my God, I'm about to go out. Before you finish that thought, you're unconscious.
But you're being held down.
What's that?
You're being forced into that situation. You have no
Much with the right pressure on the neck, right?
Yeah, but you have no recompense, right? Well,
No.
what I'm saying is with all these people that supposedly hung themselves off doorknobs with neckties, all they had to do was stand up. There's no UFC fighter sitting on them. There's nothing happening. All they had to do was just release the tension a little bit, and they're not dead. And every human being will find that zone and not die in the last moments. Even if you want to die, you won't die because you'll just stand up and then it's all over. There's no more hanging. That's why you make gallows. That's why you make structures that ensure that people cannot save themselves, because everyone will save themselves.
I want to die though. Those people on gallows are like, no, don't fucking kill me. Like, you know.
But that's the point. That's the point. Once you're dropped through that floor, you can't do anything. You're fucked. And everyone will watch you die and you're dead. But if you're just like, I'm going to commit suicide by tying my necktie around a doorknob and leaning forward, in the moments of death, you're gonna reject it. You're not gonna die.
I don't think you know that for
Maybe
sure.
the orgasm makes it so good you just want to close your eyes for a second.
Well, hey, so I haven't gotten into that world. Maybe that's the case.
Or maybe you've gone to the edge before we pass out and come to.
Yeah.
And then the bad time is you didn't come to.
Yeah, you go a little bit too long. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that could have been just an accident.
Yeah, but it seems like a bit of a reach, honestly.
I mean, I don't know because obviously that's not a thing, but
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, all I'm saying is this: suspicious as shit.
Yeah, I didn't know it was all connected. I when Robin Williams died, I do remember it affected me because I always thought he was.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck?
Good person.
When Prince died, I was working in a professional kitchen and I was on the line, and it was like 15 minutes before the lunch rush, and I found that Prince died, and I just wanted to crawl into a fucking corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to wear like a black armband.
Yeah. Well, just because it's like such a good
buffering. Maybe we can Maybe we can do that to Hillary. Doorknob. Who's Ryan Dawson, Allison? Someone else I need to be jealous about? Elites want to live forever, exactly. Doorknobs for Hillary. DK for K. DKFK. Yeah.
I'm good, thanks.
Great fucking session tonight. I think we should call it for the evening.
Yeah.
Should end the broadcast, and then the three of us should continue to have a much more interesting conversation that only Patreons in the future can access. What do you think about that?
Sounds good.
Cool.
We should monetize our excellent conversations. Sharon O'Neill, my views on famous people changed a lot. Tom Hanks is a great actor. He's had some creepy tweets. Yeah, they were kind of going after the Hanks for a while, eh? I was never fully convinced of that. Seems like a nice guy, but so does Uncle Pete that touches your cousin.
Good night, dude. Love you.
Buffering, peace, guys. Hey, man, it was good to have you on, and this whole thing's going to be up. Everybody that joined a little bit late, you've got to watch this show from the start. Zaruda was incredible. She was absolutely incredible tonight. Y'all have to watch it as soon as we go off air. Get this thing in your playlist and check it out. All right, so we're going to call it to a close tonight. Sorry that we only did 4 hours and 20 minutes of broadcasting. And we'll see you guys on the next live stream. Next live stream is going to be Deanna McLeod from the COVID Care Alliance, and she's going to destroy Pfizer's study on the safety of their fucking vaccine. We're going to do it. We're going to interview her. You're going to love it. And we're all going to get married. Love y'all too, Allison. All right. For tonight, SuperSpreaders out. Everybody say good night.
Night.
Good night.
Good night, all. Love ya.